My bad. Por que a gente precisa lembrar do rei David Hoover tanto desse jeito? Vamos esquecer que ele sequer aconteceu. Ele nunca aconteceu. Não lembraremos de David Hoover. Bom, hoje não será a última stream de Fata Morgana, mas definitivamente será uma stream de Fata Morgana de todos os tempos. Bom, eu não sei se vocês lembram do que aconteceu da última vez, mas se o nome aqui do save indica alguma coisa, é porque será algo. A gente já fechou o arco da Gisele, agora é fechar o arco do Michel e por último o arco da Morgana. Hell yeah. Eu tenho... Eu quero ver onde é que vai esse capítulo. Eu quero ver onde é que vai, porque no início dele eu fiquei um tanto, sabe... Eu ainda tô meio incerto em relação a esse twist em particular. Estou meio incerto. Mas vamos ver, né? Vamos ver. Iremos ver todas as encarnações de Michel. There were two things out of the ordinary about that baby. First, its parents' embrace, and second, they wholly rejected. Although, it was some time before the baby's second peculiarity emerged. And until it finally did, no one was any the wiser. Not even the child itself. Its mother surely enjoyed a brief period of happiness before her child finally realized the truth. Blind to the fact that the moment it had let out its first cry, everything came crashing down. To this day, she still doesn't know the child she gave birth to, that she let loose a curse upon the world, a curse that turned angels into demons, humans into witches. My God, look at that! She's beautiful, isn't she? Have you seen her laugh? Not yet, I haven't. At any rate, that color certainly is something else. God's gift to us. No, she's an angel sent from heaven. An angel. Ah yes, I can see it now, Luigi. Her white hair and almost translucent skin, it's beautiful. Why, she opened her eyes. Maybe she felt you nearby. Oh, like tá falando. Maybe she felt you nearby. Do you like your father more than me? Is that it, sweetheart? Gorgeous, aren't they? Such a deep, enchanting color. Like two little jewels. Ah, that they are. A magnificent shade of red. I've never seen anything like it. And this is our child. She's special, I can feel it. We have to take good care of her. She needs a name. One that's just as special as her. We already chosen Antonin. You were the one begging for a girl. You do it. Besides, I already had to rack my brain for the boys' names. Now it's your turn. Are you really going to let me? My mind, that's quite a lot of pressure. Name her after an angel then. Oh, I like that. Alright then. We'll call her Michelle, after the archangel Michael. You grow up to be beautiful as an angel, my Michelle. I've always wanted a little girl. With her snowy white hair, skin so pale you could see the veins beneath it, and her ruby red eyes, she was a very peculiar-looking little girl, and her mother showered her with love. She truly believes her daughter was an angel sent from above, born as a human child. The blessed babe, born a girl, was given an angel's name, Michelle. Engraçado como mudou o estilo do jogo. Checkmate. I see, that's what you did. Cuz I completely overlooked that. I thought you were advancing with your pawns, but that was all a diversion. You're too short-sighted, dear. You need to look at the big picture. Sometimes it's a tactician and not the soldier holding the sword. Oh shit, já entendi. São as pinturas. Interessante. You got me. You're quite good at this, Michelle. What inspired you to take such an aggressive strategy? This was not inspiration. It was derivation. Derivation. Just is in many ways similar to real war tactics. Ah, my military tactics. Gostoso do Giger. Hell. You haven't read all of them, have you? I have nothing but time. Impressive. Even I haven't read all the books in my room. You planning to join the order with that kind of knowledge? You jest. You're the one who's going to be a knight, dear. That I am. War is the man's job after all. E já começou com como é que fala? Com a crítica sutil de mulher não pode lutar. I want to be there to welcome me home. Didier, oh Didier, I'm in a bit of a bind. Good. Oh, hello there, Michelle. I didn't know you were home, Georges. Just got back. Yep. Oh, playing chess again, are you? Let's see what we have here. Get away from the board. Yes, you got trounced, huh? You call yourself a big brother. As if you're any better. That's not funny, Georges. Cannot approve of someone who can't keep up with the flow of battle becoming a knight. With our family's rank, you would eventually be put in charge of all the soldiers. What? You worried about me? No, I'm saying... I've been blessed with such a caring sister. But fear not. I have a guardian angel after all. What's the logic in that? Sorry to interrupt your moment, but does nobody listen to me? Now, don't pout. So, what seems to be the problem, Georges? Yes, listen to this. The Royal Court is holding a swordsmanship show, and for some reason I was selected to participate. How unfortunate for you. I could already see you on the ground sobbing. Hey now, that's just mean. Besides, my hands aren't meant to hold a sword. Look at these dainty fingers. They're covered in calluses. Dainty calluses. Tell me, why would they have an artist sword fight? That's the whole point, I would think. No need to get so worked up. No one's expecting you to win. Maybe not. We do have an aim to worry about. And you know what that means, don't you? I'm going to lose, that's a given. But I want to do it in style. Feel bad for your sword. Don't be like that. Now, come on, time to wasting. To the courtyard we go. Just so you know, if I train you, I'm going to train you right. All I want to know is how to look good. What is it, Michelle? May I watch? Fine with me? But you know you can't go outside. I'll be watching you from the hall. I can open one of the windows facing the courtyard. Still, you need to be careful. You can't spend too much time in the sun. I know. I had two older brothers. The eldest, Didier, belonged to an order of knights that served the church. Below him was Georges, who served as a court artist. He was, in all likelihood, who would inherit the family estate, as knights were not formally allowed to own property. Nevertheless, the Bollinger family was upheld by Didier. And then there was me, the youngest, the only daughter. Physically, I was not in particularly good health. É verdade, pode pintar o campo de batalha com sangue, se você pensar desse jeito. Physically, I was not in particularly good health. Because of the color of my skin, I was hypersensitive to sunlight. I rarely left the state. My world was contained entirely within these walls. Perhaps, out of some sense of pity or compassion, my two brothers spent a good deal of time with me. Didier played chess with me, and Georges taught me how to draw. And among other things, they taught me how to read and write. For a girl, I was incredibly fortunate. The one thing I wasn't allowed to do, though, was hold a sword. Well, hardly anything unusual. It bothered me deeply. And it had for so long as I could remember. É verdade que eu ia ser jogador de Platão. Obrigado pelos 10 bits. If I had been told I couldn't do it because I lacked the strength, I probably would have accepted it. The reason given was not that I was weak, but that I was a girl. And with each passing year, that smoldering frustration in the back of my heart grew larger. Come on, put your back into it. Like I said, all I want is put on a good show. Oh, you put on quite a good show unless you learn how to swing the sword properly. Give me a break! Out in the garden, my two brothers traded swings bare-chested. All I could do, though, was observe from afar. And every time I found myself forced to watch, I felt a sharp pain like a needle piecing my chest. A needle that seemed to be growing ever thicker. My mother and my brothers loved me dearly, but that didn't change the fact that the outside world was laid beyond my reach. Aliás, que piano maravilhoso. I was trapped in this state by my own body. At first, I thought that was the root of my pain, but that answer seemed to contradict something inside me, something I couldn't explain, something I couldn't ignore even as a child. So I searched within myself, trying to find an explanation for the constantly swelling sensation of wrongness inside me. Day after day, I gazed into the cavern of my own heart. My. Now, what are the two of them doing out there? George was asked to do a swordsmanship show at the royal court, so Didier is helping him. Swordsmanship? Oh, I just can't stand those shows. Blades are so dangerous. I can't watch people swinging at each other. Why don't you come back to your room with me, Michelle? I would love to teach you how to sew. But Mom, I want to watch them practice. Michelle? First of all, you need to watch how you speak, young lady. You do not call me Mom, you call me Mother. This is what happens when you spend so much time around boys. As your mother, I don't approve of you playing chess or making art. A woman has no need for such skills. They will only make you look insolent. But I want you to grow up to be a respectable woman. That is my job and my dream as your mother. Now, come. I would rather you looked at some fine embroidery with me than a couple of sweaty men. Yes, Mother. You are my little girl, after all. Spending time with my mother was agonizing. Was it because her world was so isolated? No, that wasn't it. Her gentle voice, the sweet scent of her perfume, the way she constantly told me how much she loves me, and her diatribes about how wonderful it was to be a girl. Everything she did put so much pressure on me. But above all, she loved to say, "You are my little girl, after all." There was nothing strange about that at all. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the daughter of a noble. That was who I was. So the only thing wrong was how I felt. But every time I was faced with the reality of who I was, my heart wavered. I had no interest in learning to embroider. I didn't understand why that was necessary. I knew what purpose it served. Everything she taught me I would need when I was wed off to some noble boy. It was my responsibility to learn those things. It didn't feel right though. I couldn't even accept the fact that one day I would be married. It was but an ominous shadow lurking in my future. I would have preferred ravaging the books in Didier's room than having a conversation with my mother. Tales of heroes of old and dauntless soldiers. Military texts written by tacticians in the midst of war. Thinking about them set my heart aflutter and made me think about my brother. He was training to be a knight. I envisioned armor flecked with rust, a long sword glimmering with the blood of savages. Soon, I found myself in my fantasies, imagining how the sword would feel in my hands. The sensation of the hilt beneath my fingers, swinging it gallantly like my brother. How heavy was it? How much muscle would I need to carry it? How much impact would I feel in my hands when I struck something? How restricted would my vision be wearing a helmet? How much did it weigh? How hot was it inside? I had no way of answering any of those questions though. Kill me now! I have some cloth if you'd like to wipe yourself off. Oh yeah, thanks. I'm so dead. We're at it for a long time. I've never known Dee to half-ass something once he got started, which I guess is what makes him knight material, but I grew up also him becoming a knight. Well, you know, I kinda assumed he'd inherit the estate and handle taking care of anything. So it's like, why does he gotta go and be some priest's whipping boy? Don't tell him I said that though. He wants to fight for the greater good. I don't know, spot the name, he wouldn't be doing much fighting himself. Anywho, someone as passionate as him might be able to make changes for the better. Changes. He knows what condition the order is in, that's why he's joining. Figure he wants to whip it into shape, melt him down and reforge the whole thing. Huh, so he might be able to change things. What? What you muttering about, Michelle? Hey, whoa, hold it! The pain I felt in my chest was when I smelled the sweat emanate from George's body. When I looked at his slender but distinctly male build, I was convinced it was admiration. That I want to become a knight too. Maybe the discomfort I felt was because I wanted to be like him. But it'd all go away if we were able to change the rules and I could join the order as well. I was positive it would. Que isso, Mulan? É a história de Mulan? DJ? Michelle, hold on. You can't come barging in my room unannounced. I'm trying to change. We need to talk. I said stop. You're a girl. You can't just walk in on a man as he's changing. There's no reason for you to be so self-conscious. Listen to me, Michelle. John just tells me you're planning to overhaul the order. He told you that? No, I hardly have such grand aspirations. Don't be coy. Believe you have what it takes to do it, dear. What's gotten into you? You're unusually fiery today. I want to ask you a favor. When I have enough influence in the order, I would like you to make me a knight too. You what? I'm tired of the way Mother treats me. Always saying I can't do this or that because I'm a girl. I want to learn how to swing a sword. I don't want to do embroidery. Sim, Mulan, Walk do século IV. I don't care about jewelry or fancy clothing. Michelle, what's gotten into you? I'm so much more interested in the world you live in, Didier. So please. Well, I'll be. Suppose we must have let ourselves spend too much time with you. Not you too. That's exactly what Mother said. First of all, Michelle, you don't have the strength to hold a sword. Then I'll train until I do. And if that doesn't work, I still have my mind. You know good and well I could. People are not chess pieces, Michelle. But Didier! But above all, you're missing the most important point. I will not, for any reason, become the kind of man who makes a woman take up a sword. Didier. This may seem normal to you, growing up with two brothers, but I want you to listen to me, Michelle. Men and women walk different paths. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children, and to protect you and your mother. You're no different than her. You don't treat me any different than her. Honestly, what's gotten into you, Michelle? Why wouldn't I treat you like a daughter of the Bollinger state? Your brother and I, we never meant it to make you think. Forget it. What? I'm sorry. I knew what I was asking was foolish. Oh. But I thought you would understand how I feel. Even just a little bit. Was I expecting him to understand? Even I didn't understand the things I felt. Desde sempre. Dá pra ver. E quando tem uma ideia, não larga nem a pau. I wanted to know what had gotten into me far more than he did. What I had done was no better than throw a temper tantrum. Was I that desperate to become a knight? No. I just thought that the key to the chains of my heart lay down the road, but ultimately, there is nothing. Assuming Didier had agreed, and assuming I did become a knight. É verdade, né? É verdade. Sempre teve um probleminha de comunicação aí, sempre teve. Eu te entendo, bichão. He wouldn't do anything for the core problem. As I dashed from my brother's room, I snuck a peek at him. His face was filled with an intense perplexity. And how could I blame him? I tried to push a dozen different ideals onto him at once. Filled myself with a vain hope that he would somehow be able to make sense of me when I couldn't even make sense of myself. And now, bubbling with unwarranted anger at being let down, I fled to my own chambers. I can only imagine how frustrating that must have been for him. It was the spring of my 14th year. Heavy clouds filled the sky, blocking out the sun and giving the impression of late evening all throughout the day. I, for one, preferred it when the sun wasn't out. Not that sunlight to kill me, but if it was bright enough, the whole world was so white I could hardly see a thing. Which meant I could only go outside on days when the weather made most everyone else gloomy. I was just meandering through the courtyard. I spotted someone I had never seen before. Ah, essa vagabunda. Warm breeze blew past, sending up a swirl of flower petals. The girl's dress hung lightly over her frame, tracing her gentle curves. Who are you? Literalmente vadia. Puta. I asked bluntly, and the girl twirled around, smiling. Já vai descobrir o porquê? Eu não preciso, eu já sei! Ela é uma filha da puta. My apologies. We just have such a beautiful courtyard here. I found myself in for a little walk. Long chestnut hair flowed around feminine shoulders. It swayed slightly in the wind. The cloud of melancholy dissipated in the light of her smile. It must be Michelle. She's just as pretty as I heard. And you are? My name is Amy. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Finally meet me? What was she talking about? As I stood there, baffled by the strange woman, she stepped toward me, kissing me softly on the cheek. I'm thrilled to make your acquaintance, Michelle. Her voice was like someone pouring honey into my ear, electrifyingly sweet. I'm George's fiancé. And it also stuck another needle into my chest. She was a noble girl by the name of Amy Joubert. Francesa. Though only 15, she was the very image of refined, polished to shine. No one had told me my brother was to be married. It came out of nowhere, and it seemed I was the only one who didn't know. That evening, when the family gathered around the table for supper, Amy was there too, and they prepared an extravagant feast for the occasion. My father Anthony looked so proud of these two boys. Didier soon to receive his assignment, and George is soon to be wed. The banquet proceeded smoothly. Not a doubt in the air that we were a happy family, but mine was elsewhere. I found myself unconsciously chasing Amy with my eyes, washing away those under fingers gripped her spoon, her full lips biting to allow a piece of fruit in. Her deep red tongue, visible for but the briefest of moments, the way all the muscles in her face seemed to relax in bliss as sweet juices seeped into her mouth. The way she spoke, so soft and gentle, letting each sound hang in the air just briefly before intoning the next. She was distinctly feminine, in a different way than my mother. Apparently, Amy was going to be living at the Bollinger estate for some time. Mother was pleased to have another girl around. Or, more specifically, she was relieved to have found someone other than my brothers for me to spend time with. I had assumed I would hate being around another girl. Surely she wouldn't be able to play chess, after all. For some reason, I felt much less suffocated around her than my mother. One night, Iamie's family and an array of nobles from both houses' social circles assembled at the estate for a party. A din, the likes of which I had never heard in my life, filled the great hall. Everywhere I looked, there were people, servants scrambled every which way, silverware changed against dishes in an almost constant hum, voices from all directions. I felt moderately ill. Hey Dee, feel like we're critically short on waiters. This doesn't look good for us. And who was it who went about inviting everyone he came across again? Who are those people? They're artists like me. I bet they have the art. Let's see, we have some painters, composers, some shit I didn't read, sculptors, troubadours, poets, writers, you name it. None of them have any connection to the Schuberts or Bollingers. Yeah, they do. They're my friends. And you know, this is me and Iamie's party. You can play with your friends elsewhere. I hope you realize we have a reputation to uphold. Off one corner, several men, presumably George's friends, gathered in a circle. They stood out from the other aristocrats, both in appearance and the air they gave off. The clothes they wore, the embroidery hidden beneath their jacket cuffs, their manner of speech, the way they held themselves. They were, simply put, a far cry from the hard-headed Didier's ideal party guests. Even watching them from afar, it was clear my two brothers ran in very different crowds. The only reason headstrong Didier and free-spirited Georges were able to get along at all was because they were brothers. If they had been strangers, I doubt their paths would cross much, and if they did, those intersections would be quite rocky. Hey, come here, guys! George's shouting voice pulled my preoccupied mind back to the surface. He summoned his friends, then led them to where I stood. What are you doing hunting in the corner, Michelle? I didn't even notice you. Allow me to introduce you to a few of my friends. No, George put his hands on my shoulders, spinning me off the wall and standing me in front of his male friends. Socialization was the last thing on my mind. I searched for Didier, hoping he would come to my rescue, but he was off trading pleasantries, facing away from me. This is my baby sister, Michelle. Be nice. George says I don't... Graces, your skin is even... No. Graces, your skin is even more pale than I imagined. It's like something out of a fairy tale. And why have you never brought her with you to the court? She'd be a sure head. How old are you now? 12, mayhap? Now, don't treat the lady like a child. How do you know she's 14? All the more reason she should be out there making friends. Oh, God flip it if they knew you had such a gorgeous sister, Georges. Don't be a prude, my man. Our little angel has to be kept inside for personal reasons. Uh-oh, sounds like I haven't been showing the lady her due respect. I've yet to even properly introduce myself. How rude indeed. Their laughs grated on my nerves, and so did the way George spoke as though it was his property. It looks like they were praising me, which made me sick to my stomach. I had been paying enough attention to notice the man who had asked me if I was 12, and the rest of them too, examining me from head to toe in search of curves. I was indeed underdeveloped for 14, but what did that matter? I didn't want a body shaped like Iamie's or my mother's. Now then, milady, a proper greeting. The man got down on one knee before me. For a split second, I didn't comprehend what he was doing. Oh, Michel? He's waiting. He whispered into my ear. It was when it all came back to me, the traditional greeting performed between a man and a woman. Well, Michel? Don't tell me you forgot what to do. I knew the process. I had that knowledge. Mother had taught me the rules, shown me the procedure. I was to present my hand to the man, for him to kiss. All I had to do was hold out my hand, but I was frozen. My body fought tooth and nail against a simple act. The thought of that man putting his lips on my skin sent a chill through me. Why? Why was this a traditional greeting? Why did I have to go through this? Michelle! But at the sound of George's frantic voice, my arm creaked up from my side. Then I remembered that despite being his friends, they were still nobility. As wanton as his social interactions may have been, he still had a reputation to maintain. And I understood that. I also understood that, as their sister, it was my responsibility not to do anything that might tarnish either of my brothers' names. Also, by tradition, the man wasn't supposed to actually kiss the woman's hand. The proper way to do it required he simply mimic the act, rather than make real contact. That much I could handle. The man kneeling before me gave an uncomfortable chuckle at my reluctance, shrugged, and reverently took my hand in his, and then he pressed his lips firmly against my skin. There was a vaguely warm sensation on the back of my hand for the briefest moment. What do you... Reflexively, I smacked the man's hand away. George's eyes went wide in horror, and the man gave another playful shrug. I was merely offering you a greeting, milady. Or is even that a new experience to you? Your innocence is truly precious. I was half a second away from throwing a barrage of insults, but I bit my tongue and stomped off instead. What? Michelle? Hey! Come back! Michelle! I had spent all that time convincing myself I couldn't humiliate my brothers, but now I wouldn't hear a word for it. I had drawn a fair bit of attention, and other people tried to stop me too, but I brushed them all off, marching my way out of the great hall. It feels so dirty. You got bad at greeting. No, that was no greeting, that was... Are we taking that? I say, practically swiping a glass of water off a passing waiter's tray. With it, I washed my hand by the window facing the courtyard. But no matter how much water I poured over it, I couldn't erase the sickening sensation of his mouth on my hand. So I rubbed it with my sleeve until my skin was bright red. I wanted to feel something else, anything else, even pain. Think before you act, Georges. What were you doing inviting people like that into our home? Eu tô com uma sensação de que eu sei o que vai acontecer daqui pra frente. E o motivo na qual o Georges pode ter um pouquinho de ressentimento contra o Michel. I was angry and I had a right to be. And not perform the proper greeting. Even Jazz had no business actually putting his lips on my hand. It was not acceptable behavior for an aristocrat. He was a guest. He should have been ashamed. Was I angry that he had been disrespectful? No, that wasn't the reason. It was... That wasn't very nice of you running off like that. At the sound of his voice, I couldn't turn back. I felt a sickening warmth almost directly against my back. The man from the Great Hall grabbed me by the wrist, spun me around, and pressed me against the wall. The bitter scent of wine wafted from above. What the hell are you doing? I tried a second time to get away from him, and that was when reality sunk in. I couldn't do it. But the strength I could muster wasn't enough to make the man's hand budge. My arms were locked in place. I didn't think it was especially strong either. It was hardly built like Didier. And still, I couldn't move an inch. You've got a tongue like a boy, lady. But I know some people are fond of that these days. Can you say about myself? Let go! Had I always been this feeble? Were my arms truly so worthless I couldn't even escape this brute's grip? Why did I have to get stuck with his body? Now, just so we're clear, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm no monster, I promise you that. And why are you holding me against the wall? Because I want a chance to try and woo you. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable back there, but the second I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a keeper. And let go of me! But if I do that, you run away. It's my personal rule to never let go of anything I like. Your brother says you can't go outside, so if I said you lose now, I might never get a chance to catch you again. I wanted to vomit. Apparently taking my silence for approval, the man perked up and kept going. If you're not accustomed to being around men, then why not use this as an opportunity to get familiar? Not a half bad idea if I do say so myself. I think we get along quite well. Besides, I'm a minstrel. Spend some time with me and I'll write you all the songs you could possibly want. Get away from me. Oh, you really do have the most striking eyes. Makes me want to keep in awe of myself. With a muse like that, I could write the most incredible songs I've ever heard. I said, get back, you creep! Oh, that's odd. No one's never found me. The man brought his face in just inches from mine and peered into my eyes. I could feel his hot, wine-stench breath against my cheeks. It gave me the chills. I couldn't understand why this was happening to me. Panic and confusion had my heart racing. Go try your luck with someone else. I'm not interested. You will be soon enough, darling. You've simply never known a man's touch. He drew closer. He was already practically on top of me, but still he closed in. Closer and closer. The world faded out. I couldn't see anything. I could feel his rising body heat, so near it made me nauseous. My eyes swung open, but there was nothing there. I only felt. I could only feel. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't budge. In my mind, I kicked the man away, pulled my fist back and slammed into his jaw. Damn. Again and again and again until his face was unrecognizable. Again and again and again I beat him. But reality would have none of that. Damn. Michelle! Hey! What do you think you're doing? 3 seconds? 10 seconds? Longer? I had no idea how much time I had lost. But the next thing I knew, George had the man by the collar. I fell back against the wall and staring absent-mindedly as the two struggled. They traded blows and they traded insults. Before long, they had drawn a crowd. While they went at it, distractedly drifted away, and I only had one place to go. I didn't even bother to light a candle. I just stared into the darkness. My heartbeat was maddeningly loud in my otherwise silent chambers. What had happened? What had he done to me? Why? Why couldn't I do anything? The last thing I wanted to do was cry. Tears would only serve to worsen my humiliation, only magnify how wretched I was, only make me more effete. Ok, palavra nova. Effete. Hey Google. What is the meaning of effete?
The word affect
No.
can have a few different meanings.
No, I mean effect.
This is for informational purposes only. For medical advice or diagnosis.
No. How do I pronounce the word that is spelled as E-F-F-E-T-E?
The word effete is pronounced as effete. Effete. The emphasis is on the second syllable.
Effete. Effete. Tem feet no nome. Effete. Okay. What is the meaning of effete?
Effete is grammatically incorrect. Feet.
Fuck you. What is the meaning of effete? Nem reconhece a palavra.
Is grammatically incorrect.
What is the meaning of the word that is spelled as E-F-F-E-T-E?
The word effete means asterisk, depleted of vitality, force, or effectiveness, exhausted, worn out. It can also mean over-refined, decadent, or weak. It often carries a connotation of excessive refinement or delicacy, sometimes to the point of being considered weak or impractical.
Okay, thank you, but tell me a proper way to pronounce it.
You're right to ask for clarification on the pronunciation. It can be tricky. The word effete is pronounced as effete. Here's a breakdown to help. This is the short I sound, as in bit or ship.
Effete.
This part is pronounced like feet, with the emphasis on the feet syllable.
Effete.
So it sounds like IH feet, with the stress on the second syllable.
Effete.
You can also find audio pronunciations online, if that helps. Many dictionaries, like Merriam-Webster or Cambridge.
So it's pronounced as effete. You get it wrong.
No, it's not pronounced like a feet. That's the confusing part. While the fate part sounds like feet, the first syllable is different. Think of it this way. Not a feet, but IH feet. The IH sound is short, like the I in bit or sit. It's not the long
Ele não tá
E sound
ajudando.
in 8, so it's 2 syllables. IH feet, with the emphasis on the feet part.
So is it pronounced effete?
effete.
A feet. That is the source of the confusion. While the end of the word sounds like feet, the beginning is different. It's pronounced IH feet.
Mano, ele não ajuda, ele fala IH.
IH is a short I sound, like in the word bit. It's not the long A sound in 8 or the A sound in a feet.
So let me see if I can understand. Is it pronounced feet? E-feet. E-feet. Wait, so let me see if I understand. It's pronounced e-feet.
No, it is absolutely not.
My brother in Christ, you get the same pronunciation every time you correct it to a feet. I'm saying a feet, a feet, a feet. Fuck!
Some people pronounce A-A-F-E as...
You know what? Whatever. I'll pronounce it however I like. No one uses this word anyway. Thank you, Google. Goodbye.
Sure. Now the new leaving home routine. And just so you know, you can customize this routine. You can turn off lights, adjust...
What are you talking about?
To customize your leaving home routine, take a look at routines in Google Assistant settings. Have a good day.
Bit down on my lip. Hard. I had no need for that trash in my body. I dug my nails into my arms. I had no need for the trash on my body. All of this, every last bit of it. That was why I was the way I was. I didn't know how to put it into words. I didn't know how to express this boundless frustration within me. But after enough wordless groaning, a single word slipped from my lips, and it felt incredibly right. God damn it! And you're getting well, a girl should not be using such words. Even easier than George's would have gotten an earful from mother or father if they were caught saying that. Regardless. God damn it! It was the most fitting word I could come up with to represent even the smallest bit of my anger and loathing. I knew all I was doing was shifting the blame, and when all it would accomplish was make me look pitiful. But I would take that over crying like a girl any day. Ha! Let loose a sigh that was halfway to being a scream. Then I started clawing wildly at my hair. I wanted to yank out every last damn strain of it. Didn't want it. I didn't want any of it. Any of this body. But in that case, what did I want for my body? Michelle? Hey, come in, Michelle. It was George's voice, slightly muffled through the door. The man who had invited those people into this house. I'd be lying if I said I didn't hold that against him. Michelle! But at the same time, he had also come to my rescue. Besides, I hated myself the most. I despised myself for being so hopeless. I'm sorry, Michelle. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's not locked. After a few moments of silence, George stepped into my room. Your hair's a mess, Michelle. My God, you're bleeding. That was when I first noticed this stinging sensation on my lower lip. Metallic taste spread through my mouth. I had been biting it much harder than I realized. And there was a lot more blood than I expected. A trail of it was running down my chin, seconds from spilling into my clothes when George just wiped it away. I'm really sorry, Michelle. He can't be a real ass when he drinks. And he's a bit of a womanizer at that. I never expected he'd try to go after you, though. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it for this to happen. But, you know, there's a chance it may, genuinely taking a liking to you. That just makes it worse! Sorry. You're right. You want to be with the man you like, I understand. He ran his hands through my hair as if trying to calm me down, at the same time cleaning up the mess I had made of it. It made me feel like I was some kind of plaything. A joke of a doll. I don't want to be with anyone. I would never, ever be comfortable with a man putting his hands on me like that. However, I'm sure you'll find someone eventually, Michelle. Someone that feels right for you. I feel kind of awful for introducing you to him, but But there are plenty of men in the world. You might not be interested now, but that'll change soon. It's part of growing up. You'd be best off forgetting today ever happened. I was that certain, but apparently there wasn't enough to convince him. The very idea that I might one day meet a man who I wanted to touch made my skin crawl. Why did I feel like this? Was I just not interested in men? No, if that were the case, I wouldn't admire my brother's bodies. I didn't have an aversion to men. In fact, I enjoyed spending time with my brothers far more than indulging my mother in her woman's world. What I couldn't stand was the particular look men would sometimes give me. But why? Why did I not like that? I had no answer. My thoughts were only going in circles. Are you okay, Michelle? He peered down at me, his face twisted in concern, but I couldn't answer him. I was supposed to articulate this. My anger, my frustration, my irritation, my fear. I had no confidence he wouldn't understand. Georges, how's Michelle? My niece's voice came from the doorway. Inexplicably, I felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was now squeezing my heart. Like I had just been caught in a compromised situation with the last person that went to see me. Yeah, she's doing good, aren't you? Yes, I'm fine. Glad to hear it. I was clearly lying, not even looking him in the eyes when it said that. But that seemed to have gone over George's head. Me, on the other hand. You don't look fine at all. She said, a hint of pain in her voice, and then entered the room. Georges, Father was asking for you. He says it's time to bring the gathering to a close. You should get going. I'll stay here with her. Oh, is he? Oh, alright then. Sounds good. Once the sound of George's footsteps fading into nothing, Amy took a seat beside me and, without warning, wrapped her arms around my shoulders. It's much better to talk to another girl at times like this. My heart leapt into my throat, but beyond the shock, I also find myself welcoming the warmth. It was pleasant, unlike the man's. That must have been terrifying. But don't worry, you're safe now. It wasn't really, no. No need to pretend, sweetie. If a man had me pinned against a wall, I'd be scared too. I mean it. I wasn't scared. I'm just disappointed in myself. Alright, I believe you. You're a strong girl, Michelle. There aren't many who wouldn't have been scared. I'll be sure to give Georges a start on talking to about his choice in friends. Something I learned today is that he's somewhat of a pushover. You're a lot more tenacious than I thought. As a woman in this world, you have to be. And if you're not, well, you've figured it out soon enough, Michelle. Of course, even as strong as you are, I'm sure it'll be difficult to forget what happened to you today. Georges had told me to forget it as soon as possible, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to. Was it the difference in their individual perspectives, or was it the difference between the way men and women thought? I wasn't sure. As my head rested against her breast, a bit of my frustration slipped out. I couldn't move my arms at all. It didn't even seem all that strong. I couldn't believe that I was really so weak. That's just the way of the world, Michelle. Men are physically stronger than women, so you almost never overpower one. Aprenda com a N. You're not any weaker than a normal girl. Don't blame yourself. Though it wasn't the consolation I had hoped for, her words still filled me with warmth. I had exploited my own weakness to hear more of that soothing voice, and I alone knew how foolish I was in doing so. Exato, aprenda Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Georges, who is Brazilian? Amy frequently visited my chambers. I didn't know if it was at mother's request or out of her own volition, but I prayed it was the latter. She was a very touchy-feely person, and she seemed to have a particular fondness for playing with my hair. Where's Brazil? Whenever her voice danced its way into my ears, it would wreak havoc inside me. Being enveloped in her scent day after day stoked the fire growing within me. I did my best to remain as straight-faced as possible because the last thing I wanted was her catching on. I understood that the things I was feeling were untoward, to say the least. Oh, it wasn't a festival hell. Okay, yeah, I understand. Tecnicamente, nessa época, o Brasil nem existia, então. Your hair is so utterly enchanting. I've never seen hair so white before. You think having color is much prettier? Existia? Não. A gente não tá nos anos 1000 e pouco? Tipo, no início desse milênio? Não existia Brasil. Só porque os europeus não conheciam não significa que existia? Bom, tecnicamente, o que a gente conhece como Brasil foi o que os europeus designaram aquele espaço como uma zona geopolítica. Agora, antes disso, existia, tinha coisa ali, mas não era Brasil. Oh? Well, Georgia says white is the most difficult color to make with paint. There's no greater challenge than capturing the beauty of true white. Being such a splendid example of the color must have given you a very high standard of quality. Isso, terra tupiniquim. Say, Michelle, maybe you could tell me about yourself today? I would love to get to know better. Telling you about myself. Yeah, we could become even better friends if we found some mutual interests. I enjoy playing chess. Um momento. Eu acho que eu sei onde isso tá indo. Eu acho que eu tenho uma ideia de onde isso tá indo. Assim, a gente sabe uma parte do que a Amy fez com o Michel, mas uma coisa em particular, antes do começo desse capítulo, foi que ele encontrou a Giselle e a Giselle disse que ela detestava ele por causa que descobriu que era, na verdade, mulher. E eu tenho a impressão de que ela vai falar a mesma coisa. Tipo, por exemplo, a Michelle vai dizer os sentimentos dela de verdade pela Amy e vai ter essa rejeição, tipo, forte, falando assim, lésbica, nojo. I enjoy playing chess, and I consider myself quite good. Oh my, chess? I've never played. You're such a bright girl, Michelle. Would you like to try? I could teach you. I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll pass. Ah, e uma coisa em relação a isso. A Giselle que a gente viu lá não é a Giselle, não é a Giselle de verdade. Eu acho que é uma visão, só tipo uma ilusão que a Morgana criou. Eu espero, pelo menos. Já pensou em trabalhar com isso? What do you mean? I doubt it would be any good. Oh, okay. What else is there? Say, your favorite kind of flower, fragrance, color of gemstone. Are there any embroidery patterns you're particularly skilled at? I don't have any favorites, no. And I'm not especially good with the needle either. No? You have shaky hands then. I wouldn't say that, no. I'm fairly good with the knife, I think. Deu uma de Jake knows it agora. Olha. Eu já escrevi um pouquinho. Na verdade, se você considerar os meus vídeos como eu escrevendo alguma coisa, já escrevi bastante. Mas eu tenho a minha própria história. Eu tenho uma história que eu criei há muito tempo, só que eu deixei ela de canto, que eu gostaria de revisar depois. Me lembra no final da stream, pra gente dar uma olhada, que eu acho que ainda tem o negócio aqui. Aí a gente dá uma lida. Ok? Talvez seja cringe, porque, né, coisa que eu fiz há muito tempo atrás, mas... Anyway. Nice? Oh, like a kitchen knife. No, a sculpting knife. Sculpting? Is that really so strange? It is a bit unusual, I'd say. But Georges does it all the time. His room is practically made of wood chips and charcoal and paint. George is an artist. And a man. There's nothing unusual about him doing some sculpting. Why is it okay for him but not me? Does being a girl really make that much of a difference? Well,
Mandando as perguntas fortes. História é de Lorde? Pior que nem é, pior que nem é. A história não é Ed, nem nada disso. Mas eu sei lá, tem uns anos já desde que eu fiz, então eu não sei dizer como que tá a qualidade.
Why don't we practice embroidery together, Michelle? I get the feeling you spend too much time with your brothers. But now you have me. I'm sure it won't be long before you appreciate how much fun cooking and needlework can be.
Cozinhar não é tão divertido, não acho.
This sounds just like my mother, and she gives the same reason too. Because I'm a girl. But that's not an explanation. It's a vague generalization. I said if I agree, I can spend more time with her. Okay. Wonderful. We'll come up with beautiful designs together. And when you've made something you're proud of, you can give it to a boy who catches your eye. Or if you'd prefer, you could give it to your father or brother. I would like Georgia to have what I make, though. Oh, I've been wondering. Did you and George's meet at the royal court? Oh, heavens, no. I've never been to the court. One day, my father told me I was getting married. And the next day is when we first met. It happened that quickly. What? Are you worried about me, Michelle? Don't worry. I'm not displeased with the arrangement. In fact, I'm quite happy with it. Aristocratic marriages are almost always sudden. And as a woman, you get used to being a piece in the games. But George is different. He's a gentleman. A gentleman. Him. You sound surprised? I believe hedonist suits him better. Oh, I quite disagree. I have complete faith you do good by me. I couldn't fathom where she found such confidence in him, especially a man she had only just met. How could she trust him at all? She was nothing but a pawn and she knew it, so maybe she was simply putting on an act. I had trouble believing her smile was anything but genuine, though. One day you meet the right man for you, Michelle, and he won't be a drunk like the guy from earlier. He'll be a kind, hard-working, respectable man. I would rather not find anyone. I suppose this is also too soon for you, huh? Say, how old are you, Michelle? 14. Oh wow! I assumed you were younger. Do I really look that young? No hard feelings. You're just like a tiny little doll, so small and slender. And look, not one bit of meat up here at all.
Não come direito, né?
Hey! She playfully grabbed me from behind and started prodding at my chest. Her delicate fingers slid across my skin. I found myself gripped by the very indecent urges. Every thump of my heart felt sinful. She couldn't know. I couldn't let her. Everything I had been fighting to keep down came hurling to the surface. You're so cold, you know that. She was touching me like it was nothing, caressing my hair. Was she this intimate with Georges? Or was it because I was a younger girl that she was so keen on putting her hands all over me? Before I understood what I was feeling, my body acted. It was pure, unfiltered impulse. My attempt to escape from her grip. I twisted around only to find my face inches from my knees. Slowly gravitating closer, I pressed my lips against the corner of her mouth. Amy sat there, flabbergasted. I was equally aghast. I'm sorry. As I frantically put some distance between us, I'm sure my face was red as an apple, though I didn't know it at the time. Well, that was certainly unexpected. I'm sorry. Did I make you uncomfortable touching you so much? Ivy was smiling, though it looked forced. No, not at all. And I must have startled you. I'm sorry. If I had let you go sooner, we could have avoided this accident. What do you mean, accident? The kiss on the lips is... It wasn't an accident. It wasn't, Amy. I seem to confuse you somewhat, Michelle. What? I know I can be very touchy-feely with you, and I took that to mean we should do the same. No. You can't do that again, alright? If you want to kiss your friends, you do it on the cheek. Save your lips for the man you love. You should get going then. George starts getting cranky if I don't give him enough attention. Hold on, Amy! So long, Michelle. She wouldn't hear me out. Once Amy had fled my chambers, that was when I finally comprehended my own emotions. That she had stolen my heart, but I knew it was George's fiancée. No, that wasn't the problem. My body, was not meant for her love. I awoke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. Michelle tá precisando de tempo com a Miko. I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late night walk to distract myself. As I approached the corridor edges into the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice. I'm still concerned about staying here. Amy's voice. Exatamente na hora, né? Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, pressed myself up against the wall by the window listening on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place. It's Michelle. I'm afraid I've confused her. A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once. The sound of my name rose into her lips, but not in a way I would have liked. She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Father told me she didn't have any female friends and asked me to be one for her, which is why...
Olá, posso ajudar?
So
Se você não puder, isso não vai me surpreender.
Certo, Caiba.
Se eu vim ver uma cara...
E aí, Mori? Obrigado pela rage, bem-vindo todo mundo. Estamos aqui para ver The Peak Fiction Morgana. Conhecem? Ah, se eu fosse Kaiba, Deus que delícia. O Kaiba realmente, né? Desconheço? Bom, estamos aqui no capítulo 7. E estamos vendo a história de Michelle. E vendo que esse jogo é woke. Esse jogo é woke demais. Que bom que é woke, mano. Let's go! Mas é muito bom, é muito bom. É tipo... Contextualizando o capítulo até agora, estamos no ano de 1086 e a Michelle, ela essencialmente tem dismorfia de gênero, é isso que é assim que se chama? Acho que é. Então ela se sente, é uma menina que se sente no corpo errado, basicamente. Aí a gente vai estar vendo a história de como ela se torna o Michelle. É bem foda isso aí. Eu tô aqui tomando Pepsi, serve? Não dá pra ver. É Pepsi. Pepsi Black. Que tem um gosto meio ruim, mas fazer o quê? Pilk. Olha. Vamos deixar o Pilk pra outro momento. Pilk é só naqueles momentos onde ele chega assim, olha, eu estou disposto a vender a minha alma. O quanto que eu estou disposto a pagar pra ter Pilk por aqui? Quer dizer, o quanto as pessoas estão dispostas a pagar pra ter Pilk por aqui? Eu posso jogar mais lá. Mas tem um restinho. Tava jogando o que, aliás? Deixa eu ver aqui. Não sei se eu consigo ver. Não consigo ver por aqui, pelo menos. Você terminou o Fatal Frame? Esse negócio de Pilk me lembra que assim, olha, Pilk não é tão ruim, só que o problema é que o leite que eu tenho aqui é desnatado e ele mal tem gosto. E Pepsi Black já não é lá essas coisas. Definitivamente vai ser uma combinação muito tenebrosa isso aí. Além de que provavelmente eu ainda piriri. Bom, Fata Morgana é pique e continuaremos a jogar aqui pra ver pra onde tá indo essa história. Se bem que eu meio que já tenho uma ideia. Aí, olá, Ruff. Olá a todo mundo que veio com a Raid. Sejam bem-vindos. Essa stream é focada em fazer todo mundo se sentir incrivelmente desconfortável. Então, se você gosta de se sentir desconfortável, bem-vindo.
Afraid that she wasn't there to be with me, that she had no fondness for me, that my yearning for her was one-sided.
Tem isso.
She kind of scares me, the way she looks at me, always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can't tell what's going through Michelle's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but I should have never gotten friendly with her. She had seen through me from day one, understood what I was feeling before even I had. It's disgusting.
Homosexuality. The gays.
Homosexuality. Did I hear her right? Something inside me crumbled, and with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again, that overpowering discomfort, the fear coursing through my veins, that repulsion, that irritation, that apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I feel like me as a member of the same sex? Were the things I felt homosexual? I heard Amy sigh from beyond the window, then the man beside her, who she was confiding all this in, replied, "She's still just a child." That voice. And one with underdeveloped social skills besides. I understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to be sacred or raging for love. And then I didn't know this until recently, but she gets something into her head, she has a tendency to run without thinking. It was not the man I had assumed it was.
I já sei quem é. Sabia.
The other day she asked me to let her be a knight. You can imagine that she thought that would end any other way. Why? It's not very often there are women other than mother at this state. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you and something got mixed up in her head. Why was it easier out there with her? I hope that's all it was. I mean, hadn't you told me you thought George was a gentleman? So what were you doing? Getting so friendly with Didier? And Didier, weren't you my ally? Was that all an act like her? You're going to be a knight. So why were you out there with your brother's fiancé?
Meu Deus, gente! Intriguinhas! Intriguinhas! Galera furando o olho, pulando cerca.
I'm glad to have you here, so I hope you can figure something out to make it work. I'll do what I can, but I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you. But something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out. She grosses me out. So what was some kind of sick, disgusting creature? All I had done was show feelings for her. I couldn't be George's or Didier. The nearest piercing me expanded, both in size and number. Soon I was being skewered by a dozen of them. And the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run.
Why? What were you doing out there, Didier? How am I gross, I mean? It's not real, it's all a bunch of lies! This entire house, nothing but a fraud! None of it was ever real. The family gatherings, Siamese smiles, Didier's kindness, George's. What about George's? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? What the hell are they thinking? I want to know who's really disgusting. God damn it! I will not cry. I will not cry! I can't let myself. Girls cry. Tears are for girls. Viu? Quem chora é menininha. Se no final você chorar com esse jogo, você é uma menina. Tá vendo? Quem chora é menina. Not for me. Bit down hard on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets and pressed my hands hard over my ears, squeezed my eyes shut as tight as I could manage, tried to get away from the things I had seen. Images of them embracing in the night threatened to float back to the surface, but I shook my head, casting them off. Praying I wouldn't have any nightmares, I drifted off to sleep. The next day, I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I had never been the most healthy child, but I had never fallen this ill either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was common with a fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm. Once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even for going to sleep. Her hands gripped mine, they held me fast. She had her head bowed as if in prayer. Don't worry, it'll be alright, Michelle. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are his child. You are his angel sent to Earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu. Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation, but seeing her there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing. How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you, don't worry. But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own. And I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier, and I was George's. In my dreams, I fell in love with Amy. And in my dreams, I loved her. You're disgusting. But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into darkness. É exatamente isso que a Gisela falou antes desse capítulo. Viu? É a única coisa que passa na cabeça dele. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However... What the... My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. Ah! My voice was unbelievably deep. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming reality. Michelle? Michelle? Sim, exatamente a mesma frase. My mother scrambled into my chambers. I remembered the time she had spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Parece até que a Giselle sabia a frase. Mother. What's wrong with your voice, Michelle? I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michelle? A look of restrained fear on her face. Mother stamped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin. You don't have a fever. But I hurt all over. My joints. You're still sick, Michelle. But don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Now back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back. As mother repeated the phrase "you're a girl" again and again, the nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. My voice never went back to normal though, so mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet. So long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, she claims, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, mother too stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me though. Not Amy, Didier, or Georges. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw, but other times it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, a smile on her face and her breasts exposed. Belo sonho. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked mother's curves, and my skin Amy's sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength, but I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michelle. Don't need the last two. Michelle. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit. But it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Those last 2 letters changed the meaning entirely. turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. Now this makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feelings I had for Aimee, the indecent dreams I've been having. I was always male. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. Olha a Kira aí. It was the first glimmer of light I had seen in this locked room for far too long. This what was it supposed to look like? My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable. My life as a girl was all a lie. Pra dar aquelas gargalhadas. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I was always a boy, but I had been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course, that wouldn't feel right. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped the sheet over my shoulders and threw open my door. It seemed ridiculous how long I followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room, and now I felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, Mater in heaven, and this change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The father proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows, but now with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gather in the great hall, everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. George's voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money he had purchased several new estates. Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, though mostly stayed out of the conversation. Aimee's voice sang her praises for George as her beloved husband. Never mind the fact she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade, mere shadow of a family. It's a shame Michelle couldn't be here. Then we could have everyone. I was there. Was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere. He just locked me in my room. I hope she recovers soon. I was never sick at all. The child who called Michelle was actually your son. Was all there was to it. Huh? What? Everyone's gaze is concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance and then, with my deepened voice, I said, I am cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you, father? O jeito que ele olha pra frente. Michelle? Michelle? This boy is Michelle? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. George escaped. Aimee watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided it was a girl. What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You're dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would have never agreed to it had I known. No, you're wrong. Michelle is my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because you said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? Stop that! Don't look at me! Don't give me that look! You said you can't tell what's going through my mind, didn't you? Huh? Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be damn full of yourself. I have no interest in a whore like you. So why don't you go cry into Deer's arms? Che, caralho! No almoço em família, fi! No almoço em família! Caralho! Você chega assim, ô... Você é puta! Você é fura-olho! Tu é louca! Rapaz! Ui! Não. Que isso, meu filho? Calma! Não. You! What are you talking about? Why did you? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me? What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment, I felt sorry for Georges, but the wisps awayed almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell shattering against the floor. Gust. The chilling darkness oozed from her voice. She's Gust. She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michelle was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed on her. My mother lifted her head. I had difficulty believing that she was the same woman who had sat by my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to take care of me. Her hair was of frazzled mess and deep creases over her face. Restrain her! Throw her in her room and lock the door! She's a girl! A girl! She was a girl, I swear it! Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it into the floor. I am not a girl! And shouted. Peraí, vamos imaginar a cena. Vamos imaginar a cena agora. Tá lá a mesa de jantar, a mesa de janta, todo mundo reunido, coisa quebrada no chão, tá lá tá lá a Amy surpresa, o Giger tipo espantado com o que acabou de ser escutado, o George tipo desse jeito, a Lyd tá doida, tá tipo gritando e tudo mais, o Antoninho tá só sentado sem acreditar em nada. E o Michel só chega assim, vou ficar pelado na frente de vocês. É tipo, caralho, mano. Caralho. Restrain her, please, someone restrain her! Fear reigned in the great hall, but then several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else. You're not a boy or a girl. What on earth are you? You're an abomination! Oh! Wait! Hermafrodita? É uma história de um hermafrodita? Oh! Mas como que não sabiam desde o começo? Bom, eu não sei exatamente como que um hermafrodita é desenvolvido. Chat, vamos pesquisar. Um momento. Ok, eu não posso mostrar isso aqui na stream. Ops! Ops! Essa página da Wikipedia não. Entendi. É porque é tipo uma evolução mediana aí dos órgãos masculinos, dos órgãos e tal. É outra situação? Ok. Whatever. Vamos continuar. You're not a boy. You're an abomination. I'm what? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength through they had been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat and was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So why was I me looking at me like some kind of strange creature? A chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed. There's nothing there. You've got nothing there! Ok, tá bom. Nothing there? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent, at which point several servants burst into a great brawl, saying me, "She's a girl, she's my daughter." Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over. She was a girl! As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. Father stood there in silence. Siamese stared at me with disgust in her eyes. Georgia was still in a panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter, Michelle, a female name she bestowed upon me at birth, which I was so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me, but the concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother, pray daily that my curse might one day be broken. My curse? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Someone, anyone, please tell me! Someone, please! I brought you supper. I will be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Yes? What do you need, Michelle? Are you a man or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? I am exactly where I appear to be. Which are you? I'm a man. If that is all, I would be going now. Clothes off. What? Take your clothes off, right now. Everything, even your underclothes. What? Surely you jest, Michelle. I am very serious. I could not possibly. Why not? I could not expose myself. I ordered you to take off your clothes. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You're a servant of the Bollinger State. And what am I? I am a child of the Bollinger family. I may be locked up in prison in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Close off. Michelle! I ordered you to take your clothes off. Not even the tiniest silver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what me had meant. I wanted to find the truth. Not knowing would have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle. And at a glance, it didn't appear much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man. Are you satisfied, Michelle? It was then that I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer before the young Bollinger daughter. You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest, listen to my voice. How can you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl? But how you appear does not... There was a distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes, not out of respect for our difference in rank, but out of disgust for the incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling before me, blew the lid once more of everything I had been holding back. Without that, it would be no different than me. What? Everything else is all the same. But why? Why does it make such a difference? That you have one and I don't! Michelle, I am a man. I am a man just like you. I am Noah's daughter! And if you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like me. Huh? Without that, you're no different than me! It was in a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge, and so in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. Please don't do this, Michelle! In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding the current of my erupting emotions, I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. I'll get rid of it! I'll make you the same! Without it, you'd be just like me! Get off me, please! Someone help! I'll make you just like me! And then here's someone! Anyone! Michelle! She's delirious! Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. There were as many, if not more of them, than what I had made the scene in the Great Hall. A dozen menservants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion, and in the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother, why? Why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male! I was always male! Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something! Mother! After that, I was shut in my room again, and even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved and I pulled and I pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. My throat was dried and cracked, and it felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days. 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water, someone. Please. Give me water. Why? Won't anyone bring me any? Why? My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed the chair, swinging it the window at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Anyone? I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone, open the door! Anyone! Water, I need water. One drop, that's all I need. Que isso? Ele tá dando uma de Rikishi. I'm going to die in here. Someone. Anyone. Father. Idiot. Georges. Someone open the door, please. Help me. Someone. I need water. My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone, water. The dear Georges. Anyone? But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the third day came and went, and then the fourth. By that point, I was expectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there, covered in all the manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open that door. It was all I had. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on a door. Whoever's there, please, open the door. I'm begging you, someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Though they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor. Did you hear that? Yes, I did. One was gotten to Lady Michelle. They say she was cursed. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil. How dreadful. We should stay away from that door. We don't want to be cursed too. I am not cursed. Mas de repente mudou a música, nem percebi. I did not sell my soul to the devil. I'm kinda scared. I might have to find work somewhere else. Gotta make sure to stay away from that door. Why do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong. Lady Michelle has lost her mind. She's deranged. I'm scared even thinking about her. I am not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine. She's right crazy. She's right mad. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Someone, please get me out of here. The fifth and then the sixth day passed. Nossa, tá vivendo bastante tempo sem água. By that point, I was hovering on death's ring. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door. So I simply lay on the cold floor, waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I had been sucked completely dry. Couldn't even compose a coherent thought. Which is why, when the door I had so yearned to open actually did, and someone stepped inside, standing over me, I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess. Hey, still alive? Well, look at that. I was afraid you would be dead. It was Amy's voice. Achei que era o Georges. Meu Deus. Ela tá me lembrando a Hawthorne de Phoenix Wright. É até o mesmo cabelo. I'm sorry, really.
I didn't mean you much harm. But after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset. I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear were garbled sounds, and all I could do was moan at her. I'm so afraid of you now after your little episode. So I volunteered to bring you your food in her place. Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone likes you anymore. Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. You could smell it from here. At first, I just gave you food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit. What I didn't know though, that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you.
Como que vocês não sabem isso? Eu sei que é 1000 e pouco, uma puta que pariu, gente. Fica um tempinho sem beber água pra vocês verem.
I just didn't know. I'm really sorry about that. Water. But you're alive. Someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of. Water. What was that? Water? Water?
Water? What, meal?
You want water? Hold on, I got some right here.
She picked up the goblet with her delicate fingers. My hand swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips, and then she let go.
Go on. Drink. You'd better hurry, or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? Then drink.
In that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven solely by my survival instinct, I bent down toward the rug, pressing my lips against the spreading puddle.
Ha! You really did it! This is too good, Michelle! You look like a cat. No, cats are much more graceful.
I can't stop laughing. The daughter of a prestigious family, the Bollingers,
sucking water out of a carpet.
Mori. Carai, real. Nem é a pior coisa que já aconteceu, mas é foda, a galera é meio maligna.
I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. So you know, I accept that I made a mistake, Michelle. I promise I'll bring you food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. This is going to be fun.
Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. Meio. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. Aquele negócio, né? O que mais você pode fazer nos anos 1086, além de ser fusão com outras pessoas, eu acho. Having gone through and water, my body recovered somewhat, but I was hardly in peak condition. It would take some time, given how badly malnourished I had been. Amy continued to treat me like her pet, constantly stroking the flame of rage within me, but was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assume it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me.
Come on, open up. Today I'm going to feed you myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death?
Amy, why are you doing this?
Why? Because it's fun, what else?
You're married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea you can treat me?
Are you saying that because I'm married in, I'm of less stature than you?
That's true, I am.
But what's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities?
Amy! Ew, I would rather you not speak my name if you wouldn't mind. That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone in your Georges will make you pay for this. You don't have a single friend here, Michelle. No one to take your side, and no one to say a thing about me playing with you. Assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you. That's a lie! You have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad. They say you've sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you? I'm not mad. I don't know, you look plenty mad to me. Fine, then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate and from you. Think you could survive out in the world with that body? Stray cat could live more than you. You'd never find work. I give you a week, at best. You can't be so sure of that. Maybe I could make it on my own. Maybe. But either way, there's no way you're getting out. You tried once, someone might just cut your legs off. How is that hello necessary? Don't ask me. Maybe because your gust hasn't broken. You know, you're lucky. You're even allowed to live. You should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. Nobody else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect. And you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood? This is the real you. You were just pretending to be respectable. When in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here. Oh, you make it sound like somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you. How is this normal? Listen to me, Michelle. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. When I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act. Liar! Although to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I wouldn't have never even considered getting friendly with you. I mean... No, life as a noblewoman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? This so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. I have some fun, you know. Not like women have so much else in the way of recreation. So it wasn't nature, but you who seduced him. And it all would have worked out beautifully too. If you only had not only kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. It wasn't very nice now, was it? Isn't any surprise I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michelle. I brought this on myself? Don't you dare! Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore! And don't try to pretend otherwise, damn you! Oh my, such language. Not being very nice to me, Michelle. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know. I'm not a girl! And what are you? I'm a man! A man? With that body? Jesus Maria José. Jaime quietly rose, grabs me by the hair and shoves me to the floor. Eita porra! Let go of me! You call yourself a man. You can't even get out of a girl's grip. I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you would have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't. She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly down my chest. But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part. So stop! Get off me! I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms. But as Amy had said, I couldn't even overpower the girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg, "Get off me!" groaning in anger and frustration. Her finger came to a stop just above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile and then pulled her hand away. And just as the wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot between my legs. Que isso? I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. Ivy looked down on me as I screamed. A smirk spread across her face. Oh my! Does that hurt? That's a surprise. Even though boy parts, it still hurts. Stop! Stop, please! And she didn't stop at stepping on me. I'm begging you, stop, please! Coitados dos vizinhos ouvir gemidos. Olha, se ninguém reclamou até hoje, eu acho que eu tô de boa. Acho que ninguém escuta, ou eles conseguem filtrar muito bem. She dug her toes into my flesh. What are you exactly, Michelle? From the feel of it, you don't quite have proper girl parts either. I mean, please! On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit. What a strange creature you are! Vai tocar Adia agora. Então eu vou pegar mais Pepsi pra mim, eu já volto. E olha, assim, todo mundo que assiste essa stream já conhece esses gritos que eu faço, então se ninguém reclamou até agora, se ninguém tocou no interfone, se ninguém nunca chegou em qualquer momento, quando eu estou aqui em casa pra falar, Efi, tem como não? Então acho que eu tô de boa, acho que eu tô tipo no limiar. Eu tenho a arte de encontrar o limite do que é aceitável. Gente. Recebendo visita. Stop! We could have died right then and there. Honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through. You should take a look at yourself in the mirror, Michelle. You're crying, sobbing like a little sad girl. Not much of a boy, are you? And you lusted after me with this body. Seriously, you're disgusting. Can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Not, ok, essa é a parte que mostrou antes, né? Que a gente já viu antes. Eu não imaginava que as circunstâncias eram essas. Vou ser sincero. Amy's abuse was not a one-time occurrence, and she had promised she came to feed me every day. But her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day she chipped away more of my spirit, but I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt. But a week after Amy started caring for me. You've been a good girl, Michelle. I brought you your supper. Set it right here for you. Want some tomato, Michelle? The food's right there. It's going to get cold. Go on. Eat. But no using your hands. Roll over and use your mouth. Come on. Eat. Or would you rather I fed you? You. What was that? You have something to say? Oh. I can't understand what you're saying, Michelle. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. Ele vai dar uma de choke. Vai dar uma de choke. You. Huh? I'm going to kill you. Amy! That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead. With my hands and legs tied up, I lurched for her. And like the dog she so wanted me to be, I chomped down on her wrist. The taste of someone else's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. But I was determined to not let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone and rip her entire hand off. Tá porra! No dente! She could beat me unconscious and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me. Bem feito pra mulher. Mereceu! Merece mais! Let go! My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life I wouldn't release her arm, but I could never seem to make good on my determination. Amy's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife. And then I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsions. And just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. She didn't even give me enough time to get on my feet, let alone fight back, before she kicked me again. Again and again and again. Stop! I got my chest, my legs, and my face. What's wrong with you? Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me.
What did you do to me that day was incredibly hurtful? Yet here I am bringing you your food. Can you just not see how kind-hearted I am? So why would you just go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing? Gasping for breath, my consciousness slipping away from me. I caught a glimpse of Aimee's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon. Imagina os vizinhos. Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolutely control over you, Michelle. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you? Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up and my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in the ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. Se um dia os pessoas virem me perguntarem se diz que é dublador, é uma boa desculpa, eu vou falar isso. Mas aí ele chega assim, mas você dubla às 11 da noite? Ah, é quando eu tenho tempo. É um. Como é que fala? É um bico. My vision had gone red and I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took. No caso do fuso com o contratante, real. Jeez. What am I going to do about this hand? It's like crazy. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it and try to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. I can just see the sad looks on Lydia and George's faces. They will not. You know, your brothers have completely given up on you. Azrain's sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michelle? You're a demon child. Why was I the demon and not her? Why did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me, of the time before my body had transformed, the days when we were all so sure of our happiness. Gatsby changed to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all. So how had things ended up like this? Michelle? Oh, Michelle! Are you in there? Did you need something, Georges? Oh, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you? No, but she looks like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought... Well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out. I would understand if it were clear out, but can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy? Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy, so in our case, this is perfect weather. What do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? Eu nunca te escutei em nenhum lugar. Ah, é porque eu dublo produções brasileiras para inglês. Isso aí. Você não conheceria, eu estou em vários lugares muito famosos. Por favor, procure, por exemplo, num site chamado OnlyFans. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance for a sibling outing. We'll have Mom make us a lunch and then... Or we'll take a couple horses up to the forest edge.
I'm fine with that if you are. You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now, come on. Let's go. PC de 40k foi adquirido assim. Em um mundo paralelo, em um universo paralelo.
Announcing, you say?
Yep. Hop on a couple buses and head for the forest. I haven't done this in a while, so I figure why not?
I see. Well, if Michelle is coming, there's no reason to say no. Let's set off right away.
Whoa, slow down there. You're saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? Is Michelle or nothing?
Of course, when on earth would I want to go horse riding along with you? I would rather drown myself.
Legasp! Eu não acredito que ele mandou o Legasp.
Easier.
Could I perhaps make a small request?
Go on, let's hear it.
Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins?
Oh, that's all. By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that would be a problem for you, though, Michelle.
I'll be careful. Hey, whoa! Slow down, guys! Agro!
Look at that, Michelle. George is still fumbling around all the way back there.
You're gonna be too fast?
Oh no, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent.
Oh, finally caught up! That isn't a race, you know. I can be enjoying the scenery, indulge in some of nice pathos.
The warriors and his horse need none of pathos. Is that right, Michelle?
Certainly is, dear. Come on, you guys, be nice. That was my idea. You're really taking after all D, haven't you, Michelle? I, for one, would rather see you admiring flowers or dancing with butterflies or gazing out at a beautiful sunset or enjoying poetry. More pathos, my dear sister, and less barbarism. Long swords, suits of armor, and tales of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though. You've let him get his claws in too deep, Michelle. Oh dear, oh my, I'm going to have 2 meathead siblings before I know it.
What did you just call me?
Now, you two. Why don't we stop here for a picnic? No, foi a Michelle que falou. Secondly, my stomach's been rumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there.
I hope your horse throws you into a river.
Hey, so, the other day, I brought a cat home. A cat. Peraí, do nada aparece tudo pacífico e Michelle assumiu como mulher. Flashback. Momento Naruto. Yep, speckled from head to tail and ugly as a witch's ass. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped it when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house! Maybe there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is.
Georges, try not to stress Mother too much. You're so unpredictable enough as it is.
It would be nice, though, to have a cat, I mean. You think so? Then, how about this? We'll keep it in the courtyard. Basicamente. Thanks, I'll fit it on days when it's clear, and you can do it when it's cloudy, Michelle. I don't know what cats eat, though. I bet he liked pastries.
Do you want to kill the cursed thing? I cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea.
Sorry. Oh, pull this stick out of your ass, D. After all about experimentation. Live and learn, hanging on the edges of tomorrow.
Don't experiment on animals.
Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help out too? You can keep an eye on us and make sure we don't do anything stupid.
What? Now you're trying to drag me into this?
Already done. You're in. It's settled. Damn it, Georges. Now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michelle?
What? You want me to name it?
I very often forget to give another living thing a name. Well, guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You've got this. Now, Georges, don't put so much pressure on her. Toda vez, sem exceção, que um nome precisa ser dado a qualquer criatura nesse jogo é algo importante. Então eu quero só ver que nome vai ser esse! You have a point though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michelle. Just choose something you like. Lucifer!
You said the cat was speckled and ugly.
Yep. One look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe.
Alright then.
Ugly speckles. Uau, eu realmente tava pensando em alguma outra coisa. That's its name? You would seem you do not have a future in the arts, Michelle.
But you said it was ugly and speckled, Georges.
I did, yes, but you could have tried a little harder than that, though. But you know what? No, why not? Ugly speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say that out loud. Ugly speckles. It is not that funny. It is quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I...
Not you too, Didier.
We should bring ugly speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds, having lunch. That we should. When Michelle's gotten a little bigger, let's do this again. The three of us and our ugly speckled cat.
You said it.
We're all good friends here, after all. I've never been your friend, though.
God, why'd you always be such a jock?
Seria engraçado se fosse Lucifer. Canal de arte. Oficial também. Imagino que seja. Veja bem, chat. Como não adorar essa arte? Olha o Ugly Speckles! Olha o Ugly Speckles! Bela arte, muito bonito.
Didier, Georges, was I me telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I lost my mind? That I'm a demon child? Didier, Georges, why do you not open this door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too, like I me? Didier, Georges, how do you think about me now? This body, really so unusual. If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out into that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation, everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, and would have turned him down, because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Amy's hands didn't end there either. As much as I loathed to admit it, I was terrified of her. Every day, I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter. It's time for supper, Michelle. I brought you your favorite parsnips.
Ah, isso explica muita coisa.
Well, but the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. You don't mind, do you? I'm going to cut your nails today, Michelle. I need you to stay very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip. So to make sure you do, I'm tying you up. This way you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michelle. It's murky. Oh, heavens me, I miss I fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. It's supper time, Michelle. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What? Don't want any? Then what am I going to do with these? You know, Michelle, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Look at you, all that pride gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you.
She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. Fé nas malucas? Nem tão malucas. Só um pouquinho, sabe? É aquele negócio. É aquele gráfico que chega assim. Nível de maluquice. Um eixo é o nível de maluquice e o outro eixo é chances de eu morrer. Aí é linha reta. A gente, tipo, no meio assim, tá ok. Talvez um 6 ou 7. Improve! Fuck, go back! To be honest, it was rather impressive in a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. And she knew precisely what caused me the most pain. My body, and the discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male, and sometimes in showing me. I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then, one day, after about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh, I'm done. And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. Once she was gone, the servants took over attending to me again. I was still imprisoned, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. I didn't do anything. I just lived. But even though I had peace, I still feared me having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened the door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in such fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had recurring nightmares about the things Amy had done to me. The wounds she gave me did not heal. They only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in a silent darkness, where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. I often found myself screaming, crying to the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled out my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounding at the door, yelling for help. Screamed some more. It was the very image of pitiful, absolute wretchedness. And every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of the door, whispering about how poor Michelle had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely. It was a stormy night in my 16th year. I had been confined for more than 2 years at this point. 10 anos na mansão, mais aqui, 2, 3 anos aí. Começou lá pros 14 anos, então uns 2 anos. E aqui agora tá com uns 16. 10 years in a mansion made you in a fucking psychopath! Heavy rain pounding against the windows like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Michelle! Michelle, are you awake? If you aren't, then hurry up and get awake! No, if you aren't, then hurry up and get awake! We've got big trouble! Lower your damned voice! What? Muito tempo. When I first heard my brother's voice after so long, I thought it was hallucinating. In 2 years, they had never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded at the door. no matter how many times I called for them. And after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I had given up, assuming they had long since cast me aside. Unable to make myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door. When there was another BAM BAM! The sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please say something, Michelle. Seriously, there's no time! You can hear us in there, can't you? You're there behind the door, aren't you? Come on, just one word, Michelle. Is it really you, dear Georges? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words, probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat, and then Didier spoke. There's a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child. That you're a mark of shame on our name. So he's going to have you executed. Georges, father wants me dead. It felt like a floor had fallen out from under me. Executed, demon child, mark of shame. So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore. It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found ourselves, but which is why... Prepare a way for me to escape? But why? Why do we even need to ask? Because we're family. Something terrible has gotten into father. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh. O pai ainda tá bolado com o café da manhã de 2 anos atrás. Quem não estaria, né? Quem não estaria, pra falar a verdade. É uma cena que você não simplesmente esquece. But I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I thought I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Ele mais tem que se fuder mesmo. Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded on the door begging to be set free? But never once did you come. Not even once. Michelle, I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, that I've lost my mind, that I sold my soul to the devil, don't you? No, Michelle, we don't. Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free? Michelle, no, we don't think you've lost your mind at all. So you didn't want to see me then? You didn't want to face what I've become? Tell me I'm wrong, Didier. Georges, you left me here, abandoned me for 2 whole years, locked me away so you didn't have to see me. I'm sorry, I'm just, really busy with my art. I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court. And Didier's a knight now, but he's up to his neck in expeditions. I'm really sorry. As am I. I cannot say that you were wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure I was supposed to act around you. I'm still not sure even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And Georges feels the same. Neither of us wants to see you dead. What he said, Michelle? There's not much time. We need to get you out of here. I beat down hard on my lower lip, hard enough to draw blood. Was that, or start sobbing? It's a little late for that. Michelle! If you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed! But I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. You're a family. That's all there is to it. I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. Can I trust you? Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you always be on my side, that you always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more? Did you, Georges?
You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high.
And I swear to the God of art.
Michel.
I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk father out of it, could I?
I would rather you didn't try. He is not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw his sword on you himself. He would destroy Mother. I'm sorry, we're not doing this only for you.
Okay. I'll go. Oh, thank goodness.
The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michel. It's a property father purchased some time ago. But due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either, and that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight.
What kind of rumors?
Well,
no point in keeping it secret. He has a right to know. They say a witch lives there. A witch? I think it's all just made up, personally. I went to check out the place out and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure.
I had hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michel.
Uh-huh.
I cannot say how long it will be. Father will pass away eventually. When he does, Georges will inherit the estate, and that will mean you can return. So I ask that you hold out until that time.
If I don't leave, I'm going to be executed. So send me anywhere. I won't complain.
I'm glad to hear you say that. I will talk to Father and ensure he does not suspect anything.
We'll make this work, don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family.
Georges!
Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anywho, once I take over, we're in the clear. You've been acknowledged as a Bollinger.
I see.
Okay then. Can I open the door now?
Just a minute.
What? You're still not ready? I don't have any clothing. Right, you wouldn't,
How tall are you now, Michel?
Around the same height as you, I think. You're taller than me? Damn. Verdade, ia ter que ter esperado a mãe morrer também. Fatos.
Alright, I'll bring you some of my clothes.
Thank you. Wow, I don't think I've ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michel. That's not true, I don't think.
I'll be back soon. Get what you need together.
Alright. Não dava pra viver de boas lá na mansão, mas dava! Mas dava mesmo! Com a Amy lá, dava mesmo! Ah, sim, ok. Sitting in the carriage, waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of the rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days, playing chess with Ether, learning to draw from Georges, our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories.
The mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. I will send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and, something to pass the time. If there's anything you want, Michel, just tell me. Now,
now, or you can have a servant pass a message on to me. I can't think of... Actually, wait. I can't think of one thing. Obviamente. A faca que mandou foi a mãe. Damn! I do like a chess set. Oh, olha só. Jogar um xadrez. Alright, I'll have one made. I would rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible? Are you sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes, I want that one. Alright then, I'll include it in the first delivery. I'll send you something too, Michelle. A pintura. A pintura. Anything you want, just tell me. In that case, I would like some art tools. Ah, okay. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, Georges, so they don't have anything special. Gotcha. So some canvas and how about some charcoal? And when you're back, I want to see what you made with it, okay? Okay. Those are already hard enough for you, Michelle, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Que música, cara! Puta que pariu! Avoid making eye contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you. So, I can't talk to anybody but the servants. But simply, yes. Tomorrow the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out you are actually alive. Especially father. Please do this for me. I'm doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody. You don't need to ask me to keep to myself. Right. Does anyone else know I am alive? Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea. It was. She loves you, Michelle. She really does. Mom just, is having a little trouble facing the truth. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants to have you in her life again. Mas esse é o problema. Ela não aceita. Ela não aceita ele como homem. I expect Mother will be writing you, so please take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that? Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great, this suffice. Alright. Just so you know, it kills me indeed that we can't stand up to Dad. But as long as he lives, his word is God in this house. I understand that, yes. Well, you never know. Could have begun quicker than you expect. A week from now, and bam, is that his social life? Is there an ounce of respect in your body? Oh, give me a break. I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his ass off to the great beyond, anything goes. Surprise! Michelle was alive! Yeah, I suppose. Till then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple bigger babies and laughing our tails off inside. You forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours. Psst, not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Amy still suspect a thing. Amy. Yeah, not even she can know. It's gonna crush her, I'm sure. But the less people who know, the better. When Georgia said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It had been a year and a half since she'd tell me since the hell she put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. There was no way she would even be slightly sad about my death. She might act it, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. Peraí, um momento. Chega assim, a Amy. A Amy fica sabendo, Michelle is dead. A Amy olha assim, ela começa a chorar. No, how could it be? She was so young, so youthful. I loved her so dearly. We didn't even have time to really know each other. Mas por dentro tá assim.
Muito triste com a notícia dessas. Muito triste. Porque o que? O futebol fica desvalorizado. Eu fico muito triste com a notícia dessas. Eu fico muito triste com a notícia dessas.
It seemed George has still yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask. I know you two were close. Huh? Did you worry about how this might affect her? What? She cared for you for about 6 months, didn't she? When you wouldn't let the servants in. What? Eita porra, ficou puto. From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there. Who the hell told you that? What? Is that not what happened? There's something happened between you two, Michelle. Amy didn't do a damn... Never mind. Michelle, é só falar! Só fala, mano! Pelo amor de Deus! Can't tell them. Can't put what I went through into words. It would only worsen my shame. Especially not in front of my brothers. Georges, how are things between you and Amy? You still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife, and only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks. Yeah, I'm sorry. Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. She's young, and kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over the new leaf. She started doing me something serious, and well, it's hard not to keep that one little mistake like that going. She's trying so hard to make up with me. Yeah, his excuse doesn't work for you, though. For about a year, things were really rough between us. Didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. Can't get past anything. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, gave me something to roll over D. All things considered, I'm not complaining. So, you would say you're happy then. Georges. Sure would. Yep. Believe it or not, I'm kind of head over heels for her. How not to like a girl like Amy? Oh, I see. You really feel that bad about 2 years ago. Though she's still keeping up the good girl facade around George and Adizir, no one else knows she's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. But if George just thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him. Michelle? Oh, right, yes, I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing than you could, because I have underdeveloped social skills. You heard that? You've got one hell of a nasty streak, Handy. I'm glad to hear you're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other. But no, the blame falls on my shoulders. I want you to know something, Michelle. Their transformation was too much for mother and father to accept. With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and Georges. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. Caught a little bit of a jock too. Try not to forget I am a knight, Georges. In time? In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm going to tell the coachman to set off, okay? Did you? Yes. Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again? Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will. Not a chance I'm letting this be our last family get-together. One last question then. Considerando o que aconteceu com a Morgana, eu concordo com o Georges. Em que parte? Ah, que God's a little bit of a jerk? É, ok, entendi. Yes? Am I your brother? Well, I mean, look at you. Don't look like much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are. I see. So long then. Farewell. And may God, good health bless you until we meet again. Till then, Michelle. Farewell. Before seeing me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Easier first and then George's. The warmth I felt in their arms and my family's arms slowly spread through my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out of the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance, standing there in the rain until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. Georges had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Caesar had said that with time things would change, but how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. Voltamos pro presente. Um momento, já volto. Levanta a cabeça, filho. Férias, gente. Férias. Estamos chegando perto da quinta porta de novo. Oh, shit! Tô dando um pouco de atenção aqui pra ele, ele anda meio inquieto ultimamente, sabe? E vovô aqui, né? Vovô. Exiled. Next thing I know, I'm sinking to a fast void. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I had kept buried away for so long streamed past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not coming from my own mouth, but being laid bare for all to see without my consent. That wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret, about my shameful history. I warned you, my dear. I told you didn't want to reclaim your old self. If you had simply let it be, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now, do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her. Verdade. Não, Sirius, fica aí. Perdão. Vou tentar não bater palma. There, you are a young man with a sad fate. But you met a wonderful woman, fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events is not far from the truth, but I was unable to turn into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details. Your ugliness, your body troubles, all of that. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair, Michelle? You tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past, but you wanted to keep her all nice and safe and hidden away. She has every right to be upset. You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. But can you honestly blame her? The truth you kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her. Silence! Wasn't actually a man. Please, enough. I've seen enough. Let it stay buried, please. Just stop this. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it. What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world will have any interest in you now. You've surrounded yourself with layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself with this patchwork, barely held together quilt of masks, and it's the only thing keeping you together. You're the frailest one of all, the weakest. It's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it. I am not weak. Oh, is that so? Let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate the most in this world. Yourself. Your weakness. Your ugliness. Face it and despair. Don't! Again. Once again, my own desires, my own wishes are completely irrelevant. The past sprawls out before me once more, and the witch is exactly right. I despise the man I was then, teeming with vain hope and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed, but I have no choice. I'm dragged back to the life I once lived, my pleas for mercy fading into dark nothingness. I couldn't remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into the distance, but I'd been on the road for some time now. We had long since left paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough, dark path. For hours, I stared through the windows as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually, a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through dark, dense woods, and beyond them, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much larger one. Briefly, I thought they had possibly been sealed up to keep anyone from seeing me inside, but my coming here was a very recent development. More likely then, the house had been in discondition when it was initially purchased. Quite a piece of property my father had found himself with. I wonder if he had been swindled by its previous owner. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then went on his way. I was entirely alone. I spent some time just staring out of the forest, but naturally there was nothing of interest to be found there. So I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. Ele vai chegar na mansão e falar na frente do espelho. If you're in need of money, help yourself with some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food to make your way to a larger town. Tem ninguém pra falar isso pra mim. It's certainly dark. You barely even see my own feet. Briefly, I considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting the place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as Didier had recommended. Standing there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. Everything was dusty and the air was many years stale. But I wasn't in a cleaning mood, so I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. Stained glass window. This damn window! Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained glass window depicting an angel. The Archangel, after whom I had been named, looked solemnly down upon me. Que conveniente, né? Então esse é o Michael, ou Miguel, né? Acho que Miguel, eu vou chamar de Miguel, foda-se. Like the show. Two columns of evenly spaced pews ran their length through the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set the candlestick on a podium of sorts, which is when I realized this is a chapel. A flat length of silver bent in the middle was mounted to the pulpit's face. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be. A cross. The pews weren't facing the same glass, but the cross. Why though? I thought the dimension had been built up around the chapel rather than the opposite. I was perplexed as to why anyone would do that. But of course, there was no one around to save my curiosity. Taking the candlestick back in hand, I made my way beyond the pulpit. There sat a small metal door. I pressed one hand against the cool surface and my heart leapt. It was abnormally cold. Though the door itself seemed perfectly normal, an inexplicable anxiety spread through me. It was a very unusual sensation. My instincts told me I should stay far, far away, and my heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I going to find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. I was looking at a long spiral staircase. The wooden stairs stretched so high I couldn't even see where they ended. An observation tower, perhaps? As they're being pushed forward outside some human force, they mounted their staircase, while the third or fourth loops of light began peeking into the tower through regularly spaced rectangular openings in the stone walls. Through one such window, I gazed outside, and far off in the distance, beyond the seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Where am I ever going to go? So many stairs. It had been quite some time since I had exerted myself this much. I hardly had any opportunity locked away in my chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. I was long since out of breath, only staying upright with the help of the wall. This is pitiful, damn it. But turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing, had to make it to the top. It was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. By the time I reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streamed down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze toward yet another door. But unlike the first, what on earth? A tangle of rope covered the surface. Layers upon layers of it, making its intent abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put there recently either, as much of it was rotted through. Out of curiosity, I grabbed the coil and yanked. The rope snapped in several places, chunks falling limply to the floor. It wasn't enough to allow the door to open though. People only seal doors like this for a reason, largely because they didn't want or couldn't allow others to see what hid behind them. Like what they did to me. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. If it hadn't been this man, but someone else standing there, would they have turned back at the side of the sealed-off door, acting as though nothing was there? Or would they have done as I did? I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness rushing through me, but I did not hesitate. I held the flame of the candle up to the wall of rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze, slowly, carefully burning through them one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. Assim, tudo que você tem agora é tempo, né, Michelle? Então... The sun was well on its way down before it finally managed to expose the door. I took a deep breath, looked up at it, and gulped. There was something indescribably chilling about the door, and then I pushed it open. A barely noticeable breeze brushed past me. A single ray of sunlight shone into the room, coming from a single window sitting high atop the wall. It cast a milky white patch of light on the hard floor, revealing the fact that I was not alone. The rumors say a witch lives in the mansion. There I saw, in this cursed house, a skeleton with only one arm. Realmente mandou o flash do Spooky Scary ali. A cursed mansion for a cursed man. It was like it was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to, so I left it there at the top of the tower and retreated into thought. Michel. Poderia, no mínimo, enterrar. I wondered to myself, how had the one-armed person died? How had they felt locked in that room, staring up at the sole window so far out of reach? About the only thing they would have seen was the sky and the occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light, or had they come to despise the tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had they been some sort of wicked criminal imprisoned for wrongdoing? Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Having been branded with a non-existent curse, I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were, mainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for the rescue that would never come. What had gone through their mind as they withered away? Would anyone ever come for me? Would my brothers keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house, unwanted and alone, robbed of all hope, with no one but of darkness to talk to as it sunk its teeth deeper and deeper into me? That corpse. Could be me in the future. Dear Georges, did you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is this to be my grave? Can I put my faith in you? Can I trust you when you say I'll be able to return? That everyone will happily accept me? That we'll all be together again? That we'll play chess? That we'll draw pictures? That nobody will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was. To accept that I was a man. No, that I had grown to resemble a man. That I had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wished to be who I was. No, who I wanted to be. And I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If that was asking too much, then at the very least I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. Dear Georges, I pray that you can be that for me. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited and hoped that the day might arrive when I could come out of hiding. However, 1, 2, 3 years later, I had still not been set free. Only my mother wrote me, and in all her letters, she said the same thing. When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I wait expectantly for the day you were free of that terrible curse. The curse would never be broken, though. What was now was what it was meant to be. All that time I had spent as a girl, none of that was real. Didier had said he didn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child. So no, the curse would never be broken, because there was no curse to break. Wasn't cursed at all. There was no damned curse. The flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence I had once had, sucking me dry of all trust for others and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was. Started thinking that perhaps I was cursed. Much like they had at the Bollinger Estates, the servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. But beyond just bringing me food, he was also checking in on me, making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And every month, he probably went back to my mother and told mother the same thing, that my curse had still not been broken. Do you have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? If you do, I ask you to guide me. Você não foi um negócio que ele falou lá no começo do jogo? Tipo, as primeiras fases do jogo? Foi isso? So please tell me what I am. If I truly am cursed, and perhaps you could tell me how much my soul weighs too. Probably not very much. I spent enough time alone in that dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time that passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being, and whether the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take. I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, its shoulder, its hand. On the sides of the bones, whoever it was appeared to have still been young when their life withered away. Poor child, even I feel blessed compared to you. Oh, how miserable it must have been locked away up in this tower, to have your arm mercilessly severed. You have my pity though. I alone shall mourn your death, and I alone shall take comfort in your presence. You poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself. Because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then conversely, I wasn't in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie, I spent hours, days alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. Now there was a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken, as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me. A putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick, black sludge. Soon, I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmarks being the days of mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. What the hell is this? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long I had almost forgotten what it sounded like. There was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object draped in cloth. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, it's that. Shoving that into my hands, he said, "The regular supplies will be here in a couple of days," and then ran off. Presumably, he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with the cursed man, but I didn't bother to say anything about it. I knew it was a waste of breath, and was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look me in the eye, to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could just do his job in peace. By the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor, and inside the package was a painting. Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was, aside from the fact that it was a portrait of a woman. I knew those brushstrokes, though. They were very distinctly George's. The woman depicted had white hair. White hair. There was a flash. A fresh jolt of the pain that had nearly faded away. The half-dozen needles pierced in my chest. So much blood had spilled from those gouges I had long since lost any sensation of pain, but now it was back. Oh, Georges, you didn't. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. And there was a letter in mother's handwriting. The first line read, as it did all her correspondence. My beloved daughter Michelle, every day I pray that your curse might be broken, but lately I have come to think that perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you were supposed to be. So long it has spent in that accursed form. It is a surprise you would lose sight of yourself. How can you return to your true self if you do not even remember what that is? So I'll ask Georges to paint you a picture, hoping it might help you break free of your curse. What a beautiful young human, my dear Michelle. I presume you have already seen the painting. It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? Her flowing white hair and skin like glass. Those deep enchanting red eyes. Those slender fingers and modest feminine frame. Those soft lips. It is not you when you were younger, though. Instead, I had him imagine what you would look like now. That is what you would look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine it. Envision yourself, your true self. Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I wait eagerly until the day you come back to me, looking as beautiful as you do in this painting. My dear sweet Michelle, this is you. This is the real you. You are beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. And all of us all those years ago, we can pretend none of that ever happened.
Forget all about the dreadful thing that cause made you. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so we can once more be a happy family. I am waiting, forever waiting for you. The letter ended there, leaving me with a woman in the painting staring back at me. Her eyes seeming to insist that I was not me, that she was the real me, and I was nothing more than a fraud. Laughing at me, scoffing at me for never thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisting I wanted to be a man. The pain in my chest swelled, spilling from my mouth in grunts and moans. And then... I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? 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 I yanked at my hair. Why, Georges? Slammed the painting against the floor. You said I couldn't believe you! You swore to the God of art! So why? Why would you do this to me? You said yourself you didn't think I was cussed! You acknowledge me as your brother! You know this isn't me, so why? Why would you make this? I've been waiting for so long to put my trust in you and Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Deep down, you really think I'm cursed just like Mother? And that's why you haven't written to me. Why you haven't answered any of my letters. Where did my faith get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all for show? Was my execution just a lie? An excuse for you to send me somewhere far away? Well, was it? Tell me, Georges! Tell me the truth! What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? No, this isn't real. My voice was getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold it in, and everything came spilling out of me, squeezed out by the phantom water. And a white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down on my lip as hard as I could. A metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling to the floor. Pulling the knife I used to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband, I lifted high into the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me! And slashed the woman's face with it. This isn't me! This isn't me! I am not this woman! I am a man! Carved into it. This is not how I look! With everything I had. Don't try to erase who I really am! Don't call me repulsive! Don't say I'm an abomination! I tore into that smile, contempt surging from every slash. This woman isn't real! I wanted to curse the whole damned world. Every last thing this wretched mire that had become of my life. My brothers for happily going about their lives as I suffered here in their darkness. My delusional mother for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father for trying to have me killed. Me for making me realize I was a man and then torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone. I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had. I can make that happen. A voice rang out. I can curse them for you, my dear. It was a woman's voice, muffled, like there was several walls between me and her. Who's there? I swiped up my candlestick, thrusting it forward to the sides and behind me, but there was no one else around. Give it a little thought, it's not that difficult. When you figured it out, come to me. I have been waiting for so long for someone like you. Someone with such hatred for the world. How am I supposed to know who you are? How could you not, my dear? You've visited me so many times. held me in your arms, whispered poor child into my ear again and again. No, that's not possible. Oh, I see. I finally truly lost my mind. If that's what you wish to believe, that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, you wouldn't be in so much pain. The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close by at the same time. Find your way to me and open the door once more. Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand. I knew in the back of my mind that it was all absurd, but nonetheless I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch, looking down at me. His gaze almost seemed judgmental, but I marched for the tower, unconcerned. So long I've been waiting for the day I would be rid of this darkness, for the day someone would truly set me free. When you arrived at this house, I felt the hands of fate at work, that you were led here, that you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here. I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up, to be tortured and used for others' gain. You are the only one to ever have pity for me, and I shall be the only one to have compassion for you. You are the only one to stay at my side, and I shall do the same for you. You can give me life again. You can resurrect me. Now, open the door, Michelle. It felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender in a way unlike either mother or Amy's, enticingly so. Standing on the top of the observation tower, I pushed open the door. And the first thing I saw was a ray of light shining through the window. And nothing else. Thank you for opening the door. It was empty. The skeleton which had been seen there as long as I had been at this house had vanished without a trace. I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there. Isso é algo que eu acho que é só possível porque não tem dublagem. Como assim? Only her voice whispering in my ear. A voz dela era hipnotizante. Ah! You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge. Revenge. Now, I can make those men suffer a hell even worse than one they put me through. Constant everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, but so long as their souls live on, they're tortured with no end. The tenderness in her voice crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She then let out a half-muffled cackle. Who are you? Oh, you poor dear. He locked you up here without telling you whose house it was. You sad, pathetic thing. Though that's exactly the kind of person I needed. You're not the witch, are you? That I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes this puny, wretched world. Curses it. My name is Morgana. Morgana. I assumed the witch was nothing but a legend, a tale. If you don't believe me, I would be happy to show you. Let's see. You would place a curse on someone you have a grudge against, dragging down into the dark abyss. You are the only one who granted me freedom, after all. Sympathized with me, pitied me, appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse. And for that, I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Michelle. Much the same way I was able to come back to life. If you remain steadfast in your desires, they will become reality. For devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion's grounds, but that is but a minor inconvenience. Tell me who you wish to curse, and I can lead them here. I can force the cross you were made to bear onto them. I believe in my power to perform miracles, because you made my miracle a reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be the first? The second brother, who made that ridiculous painting? Georges. Shall we kill him? He deserves at least that. He brought you more than enough pain. But if you would rather, you could curse your mother instead. Or the woman who set you on this path. Or perhaps you would prefer your father. With him gone, you could return home. Ask and I will perform a miracle for you. I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as the whole affair sounded, the skeleton head disappeared from the tower, and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have a sort of magnetism to it. If magic truly did exist in this world, then her words were laced with it. There was a power in her voice, something that repelled any instincts I might have to doubt the things she said. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch said. I wanted to curse them, to curse my brothers, mother, father, me. And the witch was saying I could do precisely that. What will it be, my dear? There's no price. I don't require a sacrifice or a dark ritual to perform my magic. I simply wish to show my gratitude. I want you to have that wish you desire. Who do you want to curse? The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me. It took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse? Oh, and you are welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even. I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. I would be free. No one would know I had been born female. Why don't you become the new head of the estate? Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier, Georges, mother, father, me, all of them? They had exiled me to this place. Have your revenge. A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light. As I stared absently up at it, dozens of memories of emotions flashed through my mind. But at the end of the day, with family, we can get past anything. With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Just like it did for myself and Georges. I don't understand. What do you think about them now? They've abandoned me, left me in that room for 2 years, and then left me here for 8 more. They don't care whether I'm alive or dead. So why should I? Why should I? Have you made up your mind? I have. Then tell me, my dear, who will it be? Who will you curse? No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana. Surely you jest. I know just how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair. And you mean to tell me you can't curse them? It struck me just now that I can't do that to family. I cannot curse my own family. This is the family that you cast aside, maybe that you cursed, that made you suffer for years and then locked you away in this remote mansion. And they don't feel even the slightest bit remorseful about any of it. I understand that. I know they don't give the same weight for their words as I do. I figured that out long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that they don't want the same things I do, that I trusted them more than they ever deserved. So why then can you not curse them? Because I don't want to hate them. I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy. You have no place in that happiness, though. It is a happiness that rests upon your misfortune. Why then should you not drag them down so you can find respite for yourself?
I would find no respite by cursing them. How can you be so sure of that, my dear? I most certainly found a great deal of it myself. You're trying to follow your conscience, I can see that. But that good is superficial, and all it does is shackle you. Remove the shackles, and everything will be so much easier. Nothing you say can convince me to kill my family. Why not someone who isn't family then? Surely you can think of at least one person you would like to see dead. Oh, I most certainly can. I could kill her 12 times and it wouldn't be enough. But just because I wouldn't be happy with her death doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her. Remove any one person from that group and the whole thing could come crashing down. All because I couldn't restrain my own hatred. Your concern and them would devour you. Don't think I'm not aware of that. You aren't. You don't know that at all. The only reason you give them any consideration is because deep down you still have hope. But hope has a way of forsaking those who give it a home. You have a problem, and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I were cut from the same cloth. While you may still care for your family now, in time, you come to curse them. Consider that a warning, Michelle. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life, and there is no getting around that. We do have plenty of time though. No need to rush to a decision. I'll show you what it is you truly desire deep down. And I'll show you again and again until you finally acknowledge it. A black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant, overwhelmed. I collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family, or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I actually had resurrected the witch in my hatred, maybe that was what I was now. Darkness seeped down over me once more, was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, I would place a curse on someone. I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I never should have made. And not for the greater good or anything so noble. No, every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. Agora a gente só tem que saber o que ela tava falando em todas aquelas outras horas. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life. Curse them, kill them, curse them. She serenaded directly into my ear. No matter what I hit or how deep I put my fingers in my ears, her voice resounded directly in my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal, so unbelievable that I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. It was downright torturous. Curse them, revile them. Do you really need to be in your right mind, honestly? The fixation on holding you to your sanity is what's causing you so much anguish. Admit it, there's more darkness, more seething malice inside you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it. You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you? No, I don't. I don't want that at all. I've told you this already. You're so desperate to deny it, Michelle. It can only mean that it's true. You'll be able to maintain your calm if you were truly free of guilt. I do not wish to kill Didier or George's mother or father. I have no desire whatsoever to see them dead. The constant babbling is messing with my head. Be honest with yourself, Michelle. You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines on your hands, sending over their bodies. No, I don't. That's not what I want. Don't lie, Michelle. You climbed the tower, you opened the door, you sought me. No, I wasn't in control.
Oh, Michelle, you
Enough! I'm done listening to you.
Now, don't take your anger out on inanimate objects, Michelle. You even know where I am?
Where are you?
I'm standing behind you. In front of you. Now, I'm beside you.
Just playing around with me, Morgana. Mocking me for your own amusement.
Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Why would I mock someone who means so much to me?
We are not close!
You'll come to understand in time that we are very much the same. And when you do, you will also know that I am the one person who truly understands you.
Enough!
Let it all go, Michelle. Curse it all with me, despise it, kill it, make it suffer. Curse it.
Please, just stop!
Where might you be going, Michelle? Wherever you run, I will always be by your side. I'm going to pray to God to exercise me. Now that's quite amusing considering that I am the child of... I'm not trying to hurt you, Michelle. On the contrary.
Stop talking. Please, just stop.
I want to set you free from your misery.
I can't take it anymore. Please, be quiet.
Who's there?
I'm here to deliver your monthly package.
I see. Michelle?
Is something the matter? I opened the door and there stood a servant of Bollinger State. He seemed to be quite perturbed at the sight of me. He must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words sapped my spirit dry. A human, a normal person, not a witch or a spirit or a demon. I knew good and well. And the servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said, but at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch on to.
Help me, please.
Pardon?
The witch. She talks to me. She never stops talking.
I'm begging you, please get me out of here. Let me go back home in your carriage. Please, let me go back. The witch's voice. It's killing me. It won't go away. I can't escape it. Please, I need your help.
You've gone mad.
What?
You're crazy.
See, this is why I didn't want this job. Having to deliver supplies to this damn cursed mansion. Having to get anywhere near the Bollinger's youngest child.
No, I am perfectly sane.
You sold your soul to the devil. You don't think I'm in the dark about that?
No, I did no such thing.
You're completely insane.
No.
I'm done with this damn job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. Not if it means I have to be around a lunatic like you for even a minute.
Why? I am not crazy.
I am perfectly sane. I'm not mad.
Michelle, your mind is far, far from sound.
I won't hear it. I'm not mad, damn it. I'm not insane. I won't hear it.
The witch spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking about how mean-spirited humans were, how ugly they were, an endless loop of vitriol, and she never seemed to tire of it either. Every single day, on and on and on. She also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from. But as much as I fought to ignore her, to not let the things she said in, she slipped past every wall I put up, her every word warping me. There was no escape. Curse them, revile them, remember the things I did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember the scorn in their eyes, the way their lips twisted as they laughed. You need only curse them, and you can wipe those reprehensible marks out of existence.
I'm serious. Please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. I seriously can't take it anymore.
Oh, now I would say that, my dear.
It's just the two of us in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation. Your voice, everything you say is eating away at me. I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help you set you free. So I continue saying it. You're allowed to hate the people you have wronged you. You don't deserve happiness. Someone who's always smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Someone who values themselves above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets wealth and power will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surrounded yourself with. I have told you repeatedly that I will not curse anyone. Why must you be so stubborn, my dear? I could ask you the same. Why won't you just leave me be? Because I can't stand to see you like this. With one word, you can be free of your pain. But because you insist on shackling yourself to your idea of family, you're making yourself miserable. We are the same type of person, Michelle. A type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had, or how much hatred instilled in you, Michelle, you are a cursed man named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are, and soon. I am not twisted. Do you want us to still believe you're normal? Tell me, what's normal about someone who happily embraces a skeleton? Tell me, what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife? You're not normal, and I'll repeat it as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold so tight to your sanity? If you just let go, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one is going to come and save you, my dear. The only thing that can save you anymore is your loathing. We are the same. I am nothing like you. I am not a witch. I'm not cursed. I'm human. I'm a human. Man? Yes, a man. With that body. Oh, my dear friend. Let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. Do you know what some say about people like you? Those who are neither male nor female. Isso aqui. Hamlet. Ser ou não ser, eis a questão. Era isso que o Michel estava encenando. That they are like unto God. Like unto God. Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you. You are not human. When the second life was first breathed into you, your fate was decided. No, you're wrong. Agora faz sentido, né? O pessoal diz que anjos não têm uma sexualidade. E como deram o nome de um anjo pra ele, faz sentido essa história inteira. Ok, conte mais. No, you're wrong. When we were wrong, you will not be here now. You will be back home with your family. Perhaps you have a pretty little wife, living a normal, happy life together. But you have long since strayed from that path. It's well out of sight now. I have not. I am human, I'm a person, I'm a normal person. The youngest son of the Bollinger State. I'm an ordinary man. No one, not a single person believes me. Not even the witch was willing to consider me human, never mind my family. The archangel, whose name I share, to look down on me. The witch tries to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing you could do about my body. All those things combined threatened to break me. I let out a scream, then stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of that place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from leaving the property. Just wanted all of it out of sight. If they wouldn't let me come home, then I would run away. It was all I could do. I wanted to get myself anywhere that might have even the tiniest bit of light to share with me.
I was desperate. Someone! Anyone! Please! Tell me I'm human! Tell me I'm a man! Anyone! Please tell me I'm not cursed! But when I opened the front door, searing light pierced my eyes. Ah! The world quickly went white, I couldn't see a thing, and then... My arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. Ele é vampiro, a gente sabia desde o começo. Black smoke rose from the sizzling flesh. A sickening stench filled the air. Excruciating pain quickly spread to the rest of my body. Why am I... Water! I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness. Gasping and groaning, I trudged back to the house in search of water. A gente só sabe que ele não é um vampiro porque ele tem reflexo. Só por isso. Talvez ele seja um ghoul, which I'm sure the witch Morgana observes with a great deal of pity. I don't think you're in need of any water. Take another look at yourselves. With what little light managed to worm its way into the corridors to guide me, I dragged myself to the chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. Ow! I wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit pink. There was nothing wrong with me as far as I could see. Where had that pain come from then? And the distinct stench of burning flesh. This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana? I know what you're experiencing. It's happened to me too. Sometimes enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. The mind and body are much more tightly linked than you think. But your mind is far more damaged than you know. You poor thing. You have much sympathy, my dear. You sad little child. Collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window. I felt like the whole world was closing in on me. Lembra da história dela? Depende da parte. Eu não sei se eu lembro dessa parte em específico. Eu acho que a parte que se você acreditar em alguma coisa ela acontece, sobre a pele dela. Não, eu não lembro dessa parte. Sim, eu lembrei agora. Que a pele dela, no rosto, ela tava toda caindo, né? Lembrei. Então não era verdade? Era só o que ela imaginava por causa de tudo que ela passava? Entendi. Or perhaps metamorphosing around me was completely and utterly cornered, and there was no getting around that. Which left me with only one option, to stop fighting and accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier. The whole world said there was something wrong with me, and I was the only one who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal, I was irregular, I was mad, I was cursed, I was not human, I was not a man. If not human or male, maybe I should just call myself the witch. I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up that last piece of my humanity. Everything else I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off me. I stopped caring, and I stopped thinking. I stopped wanting someone to accept me, and I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing unseen burns, but in exchange I became emotionally empty. I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it. And in time, that became my normal. I began to believe it was what I wanted. Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onward at an almost imperceptible pace. The witch's whispers no longer caused me aggravation.
And then she came. Essentially, nothing of note happened over the next 2 years. At one point, a man with unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering through the forest. There is little more to be said about that. For nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. I spent much of my time sitting before the fireplace. I had covered the stained glass window with drapes, loath to even think about that damned archangel. Staring at the dancing flames, I was able to forget the passage of time. Watching, unblinking, as the red and orange tongues flicked back and forth. They seemed to spread outward from the fireplace, consuming me, either by the raging infernos of hell or the cleansing fires of purgatory. The thought of being swallowed up and burned to ashes by a massive conflagration was quite pleasant. É por isso que o jogo começa aí? I see. But those visions never became reality. Tell me, Michelle, what are you thinking right now? Do you still not want to curse them? Look at yourself, Michelle. Look at how you're living. You really want this life. Have you ever thought about dying? Michelle, would you like to die? That's the right answer. God has said that taking one's life is a sin after all. That's good, Michelle. You've made the right decision, and I shall be there with you until the very end, my dear friend. Honestly, part of me did desire death, just didn't have enough energy to take my own life. My mind and spirit were too far decayed. However, in my 10th year, a door opened once more, and time sputtered back into motion when you showed up, Giselle. Everything I had given up on, and everything I had thought I'd lost, it all came back. At first, as you know quite well, I was deeply mistrustful of you. I hated having you around, but if I hadn't met you, in all likelihood, I probably would have continued down that path and become a demon. Cala a boca, Nightbot! But you seem to be like a rather handsome man. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more of a woman. So you're not a witch? To tell you the truth, I didn't know he might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. After taking care of Giselle, we returned to my room. I was, to be quite honest, dumbfounded. It was natural that the witch should stoke the fire of my apprehension. Why would you let that woman stay here? She came from the Bollinger State, and we both know how you feel about your family. Chase her out. Give her a little scare and she'll be gone within a day. You'd rather not, you could always frighten her in your place. A rat in the window here, couple broken glasses there. Small things like that to accentuate the eerie atmosphere. Nossa, não é só uma bruxa, é poltergeist também. Are you going to say anything? When you care about her at all? Oh, now don't be like that. I live here too, so why shouldn't I care? I'm not fond of noisy people, or sprightly women like that one. That's something we can both agree on, isn't it? You don't like that woman, do you? The more a person smiles, the less you can trust them. Though I hardly have to tell you that, do I? Stop talking. No, that's not very polite. This is the family matter. It is none of your concern. I was merely offering to help rid of your past. I don't need your help. I will get rid of that woman when I'm ready. First, I will find out what secret she's keeping. Then, I will go back to living in peace. Very well then. That past has no place in your sweet solitude. The world before you now is so much kinder, so much warmer than the one you used to know. Well, good luck then. And if you need a helping hand, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and by the way, what now? You changed, my dear. And I like you so much better like this. I always hated how much you reeked of human.
You're blessed with a body like unto God. You were personally created by His hands. I could only dream of having what you have, but you only wanted to deny it. Now, though, you act the path much better. A saint resurrected by the closest living thing to God. Perhaps this too could be considered a miracle.
Morgana.
Yes?
You're a deranged, delusional woman.
Why, thank you.
Giselle was a woman who smiled a great deal. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer every time she made a new face. And the more she smiled, the more vibrantly she spoke, the more suspicious I became. I couldn't trust someone who smiled that much, especially not a woman. And the way she kept trying to get friendly with me didn't help that impression at all. I had a hard time believing she honestly wanted to get to know me. I couldn't help but think she was trying to fish for information. Anyone who tried to get close to me had to have some ulterior motive, like Amy, who had only done so to satisfy Mother. Perhaps my mistrust could have been considered paranoia. But even 10 years later, flashes of that nightmare would still come back to me from time to time. It would take more than a few attempts at being nice for me to trust this stranger. Eventually, I came to the realization that she was hiding something, and I convinced myself it was out of guilt. So I wrote Mother in search of something I could use to tear her down, to get her out of here. I should have listened to Giselle rather than the Mother or the witch. But I had conflated her with Amy in my mind, so I was unable to see where the truth really lay. I was only able to perceive her as malicious. So instead of her, I put my faith in Mother's words, despite Mother never once being doing the same for me. Realmente, você fez caquinha. My beloved daughter Michelle, I deeply regret having to put you in this situation. I never wanted to let that woman get anywhere near you. She is a witch, a terrible, sinful witch, a dreadful, tainted woman. She lay with my husband, with your father. She's a lowly merchant girl who warmed her way into our family so she could exploit your father for money. She committed a grievous sin, the sin of adultery. I tried to have her executed, but your father wouldn't allow it. So instead, he had her banished to atone for her sins, unaware that you already lived there. And I could not tell him either, for that is mine and your brother's secret. I pray you can find in it your heart to forgive your mother for her failings. Forgive me for delivering a wish to you. I would not be surprised if she tried snooping around. She is a ruthless fiend who will do anything for money. Should word of your curse happen to spread, it would surely draw unwanted attention from the church. We have no allies except each other, Michelle. This letter have included a knife. The blade had been blessed with holy water, which should allow it to eradicate the corrupt, evil soul of the witch. I ask of you, with all my heart, to send that awful creature back to hell. Aí tá a grande faca. We were storming that night. Erratic claps of thunder ripped into the sky. Giselle let out a panicked scream, shoving me back, and the look in her eyes getting to emotions I had thought I'd lost. I knew that face. I knew that scream, because that face had once been mine. I had screamed with that same utter despair at the world. Back to the way things were.
Yes, finally, it's quiet again. I'm honestly surprised she stayed as long as she did. In a way, her tenacity is rather impressive. Not many would persist for so long in a face of such obvious disinterest. But you know, no one would try to get friendly with you without good reason. Information about you carries considerable weight outside these walls. But the look on her face then, was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? You think she was afraid of you? You're mistaken. That's how people behave when their sins are brought to light.
She was screaming though, and she looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away.
You're not going to let a woman's screams cloud your judgment, are you?
E aí, Rock?
A woman can make a weapon out of anything. Tears, a smile, fear. The day she arrived, you recognized her smile as fake. So surely you aren't going to fall for this.
I'm not falling for anything. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up.
Just nothing, my dear. In fact, what perplexes me is why you didn't simply cure her when you had the chance. And you're afraid of the sight of blood. The blood of your tormentors has no more worth than that of a wild boar. You should have sliced her throat without a second thought. Although, I suppose I would have made quite a mess. Now, that makes more sense. We're not afraid of hurting her. But you don't want the butter knife to clean up afterward. How very like you.
Be quiet.
Oh, come now. Everyone's finally gone. It's back to the two of us. And you just don't want to talk?
Silence, please.
As you wish. I will celebrate your accomplishments in silence, my dearest friend. I imagine she's out there, half burning the cold off by now.
I get chills every time I consider where I would be if I had done as Mother said, if I had killed you, or if out there in the forest you had succumbed to the unforgiving weather. Life had never given me much in the way of good fortune, but you coming back, you being alive, was absolutely a blessing.
I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. You don't have any idea what I went through there. How hard it was just to keep myself together.
Giselle, I do understand. I know very well how difficult, how painful it can be for no one to believe you, for no one to accept you. I know far too well what it's like to want to scream that you're done with this whole damned world. I truly do. That day, for the first time, we saw past the surface. We got to know each other as people. It was nothing more than a single small step, but for us it was like we had moved a mountain. I still remember how the light felt as it shone through the windows we opened together. It didn't burn, and while this might sound melodramatic, I feel safe in saying it was probably the gentlest light I had ever felt in my life. Following my reconciliation with Giselle, I started turning back to my old self. Well, I suppose that's not quite correct. I felt a comfort and a peace with myself that I never had before. That may have been the first time I was really human. Having someone else around began to feel normal. It was something I was certain I would never have. It was incredible. Though, to someone else, our time together may have seemed frivolous and empty, our conversations meaningless chatter. I never thought the day would come when someone would laugh at something I said. When someone would smile at the sight of me, however trivial. Seeing Giselle's smile made me happy.
Oh, darn it. Where'd you get off to? Are you here? Or in the vase?
What's all the racket? It's something the matter.
Master, yes, a cat. Ugly speckles!
A cat?
Naughty little cat's been sneaking into the cellar the past few days, so I'm trying to catch him. You happen to come across him, don't let me get away.
Right. And what will you do once you've caught him?
Well, I don't want to punish him, that would be mean. If he's not coming back, I think I'll take him in and teach him how to be a house cat.
You mean to keep him?
Are you not on a cats, master?
I don't mind them, no.
Then, there you have it. I hope it doesn't take too long to warm up to us.
Maybe it'll help if we're giving him a name?
Oh, a name? That's a great idea. What should we call him then? You decide, master.
You want to pick a name?
This is your house, after all. It's only right for you to... It's only right you will be the one to choose.
I'm not sure we follow that reasoning. Eles realmente são muito fofos juntos. What does the cat look like?
Well, he's wild, so he's dirty, I guess. He's kind of got some spots here and there.
Is he ugly?
I'd say so, yeah.
Alright then. Ugly Speckles Mark 2!
That's a name? What would you call something that? And what does Mark 2 even mean?
Be quiet.
It's on you if he runs away, Master.
Caralho, mano. Criativo pra porra, tu, hein? My time with the gel made a normal person out of me. Made me able to tell stupid jokes. To get frustrated or surprised or exasperated. I started showing actual emotion. Our silly, meaningless banter became not something precious. My heart of stone began to soften. The world she created for me was what I had yearned for my whole life. Having lost half of it in prison and spent the other half playing an identity that conflicted with how I felt in my heart, it was the first time I genuinely felt I was allowed to be myself. Sim, é belo nome, real. Ugly Speckles Mark 2. Eu falei que era importante. Eu falei que ia ser importante.
Yeesh, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky.
It's not good for you.
You make a mockery of the culinary arts. I've had quite enough, Master. It sounds like I'm going to need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. And, of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come.
Come? Why do you come, Giselle? Giselle, though I did my best to not show it, I think that I treasured our time together even more than you did. I'd latch onto it, desperately refusing to let go. I needed it, and I needed you. Oh, esses são os últimos momentos? No, okay. You're listening, Morgana.
I can hear just fine, my dear. Now, what brings you all the way up here? You know you can call me for anyone in this house. My bonds to this hour have been broken.
This is a conversation we can only have here. In the place where we first met.
Uau! Vocês viram isso? Raro momento da Morgana não falando nada.
Sim, de novo a música triste. It's time for us to part ways. My desires haven't changed since our first encounter. I wish to be a person.
To be a man?
Exactly. When I'm with Giselle, I am that. She makes me into a person I always wanted to be.
And now you wish to be rid of me, so you can complete your descent into the realm of the unclean?
I do.
You came all the way up here just to tell me that. A needless formality. I'm sorry, Michelle. We are kindred spirits, as much as you want to deny it. You could be second to only God, yet just burn his gift.
I am nothing like you. I am a human, nothing more.
I shall not condemn you for your unyielding resolve, but rather pity you for being so utterly blind. Allow me to make a prediction before I depart, Michelle. Of course, the namesake of an archangel. You may think you're making some sort of progress. The fact of the matter is, you're going nowhere. But that smile of Giselle's be able to withstand your secrets. You know better than anyone, and no one can accept as you are. Not even her.
You'll never be with anyone. I understand that.
No, Michelle, you don't understand. But you will soon enough. What you have now is not true happiness. It's empty, naught but a masquerade. And when the night is over, the masks will come off.
So what if it isn't permanent? Isn't real? Does being ephemeral make it worthless? Why can I not want something that doesn't last forever? This is the first time I've ever found joy in life. These moments of happiness only serve to worsen the loss. The sweeter the honey, the more you despair when the path runs dry. Sooner or later you will return to me begging for my help, and I have every intention of giving it to you. I will not hold this over you either, for when you come to me, you will be in the time of your utmost despair. And when your little paradise finally comes crumbling down, you will become what I am. Na moral, o character designer podia fazer arte para um Castlevania. Podia, né? Parece muito com o de I Am Sorrow.
So I will take my leave from your side in anticipation of that day. Until we meet again, my dear.
Quer dizer, até eles fazerem o Dawn of Sorrow e ser aquele estilo anime toscão. Aquela arte que aparece nos vídeos do YouTube parece o Alucard. E parece mesmo.
Oh, hello, Master. I was just looking for you. I looked it up some wine and thought you might... Is something the matter?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Oh no, it's nothing. All I did was warm it over the fire. Are you sure nothing's the matter?
I shouldn't be hearing the witch's voice anymore. So yes, I am fine.
Oh wow! That's wonderful news, Master.
Ah, sim, mostrar pra todo mundo a imagem da UFC de fato Morgana. Olha isso, cara. Coisa linda. E parece muito com o Alucard mesmo. Vamos admitir. Parece muito com o Alucard. It is. Giselle seemed quite relieved when I informed her the witch would no longer be bothering me. I knew she didn't believe in the witch, but that wasn't what mattered. What did matter was that, despite likely questioning my sanity when I had first told her about it, she hadn't tried to pull away. She treated me the same as before. She never stopped smiling, and that meant so much more than whether or not she believed in the witch. With Morgana's voice no longer constantly in my ears, my life started to feel like some approximation of normal. In fact, I would say it was probably happier than most. Nevertheless, I intended to keep a certain degree of distance between us, for what the witch had said rang truer than I wanted to admit. She would never be with anyone. Having been born into this body, that was my reality, and there was nothing I could do to change it. I had come to accept that, or so I thought. I was going to covet what I couldn't have, but I had gotten a taste of that sweet happiness. I had started to develop a great affection for that smile, and as much as I tried to tell myself, I was just getting caught up in the moment, and the feelings would pass in time. I would find myself unable to restrain the swelling of emotions within me. That day by the fireplace, I thought that all I wanted from you was friendship, to have you in my life, always nearby. I thought that we were simply friends. I would still be able to see that smile, even if you were to learn what I was. Será que vai mostrar a outra arte? Eu espero que mostre todas as artes dos dois, só pra Mori ver. That if we were merely friends, you would be able to accept that. So I would keep these things I felt inside at all costs. However, with each passing day, with each gentle smile, my affection for you swelled. It reached the point where, as hard as I tried to keep it contained, filho da puta. All it would take was the slightest nudge for it to come spilling out, and it made me desire what was out of reach. I was convinced I had changed because this happiness was becoming my everyday. I had no right to any such thing, but I came to wish that I could be center of your life. I yearned for you, and I wanted you to yearn for me. And like the fool I am, I thought that with you, it might even be possible. A Rosa. Uma imagem exclusiva da Rosa, que a gente nunca viu antes. Ah, essa aí eu queria que ela aparecesse.
Honestly, it's no trouble. I mean it. Just took me by surprise, that's all. I am pleased. Doesn't matter how it turns out. You do it for me, Masa.
Eu quero a próxima também.
Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love.
That one word set me into motion, where I had long since fallen deeply, ardently in love with you, and there was no escaping that. Essa aí.
Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much. I feel like my heart is going to explode.
Nevertheless, there was also no escaping my past, what I was, though I could never truly be with you, that I could do nothing about this body. I pushed you away. But seeing all the color drain from your face, I knew I had to take that step. I thought that maybe you could change my world. If you really did love me as much as you said, together, we could change everything. We could walk in your path side by side, and so, I decided to trust my heart.
I'm in heaven. Oh, I'm so happy I could cry.
Tem até, não, agora que eu reparei, tinha até o catarrão saindo. Ew! I too was elated. Giselle, I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man. And for my love for your wooden chest. Opa! Peraí, bloqueia, cadê a censura? Sorrisos para censurar, gente. I love your whispering chest, and I wanted to be that for you. But beneath the surface lurked indecent desires. Despite saying I didn't want to hurt you, that just having you by my side was enough, my desire bubbled up at the warmth of your skin. Até acordou. I wanted to let the hot heat take over, to let my hands run free. I could feel it burning inside me. I longed for the intimacy, not just emotionally, but physically. Pô, obrigado, Mori. Exceto quando eu tô gritando, mas é parte da dublagem. Não, sabe qual é a parte engraçada? É que, se contar o meu lado dos 5 minutos, eu vou investir em fazer stream de narração pra galera dormir. Eu vou fazer esse investimento. Mas o engraçado é que quando eu comecei esse jogo, obviamente eu não tinha noção de nada, né? Aí quando o Michel apareceu pela primeira vez, eu decidi que eu faria minha voz normal pra ele. E a coincidência é que Michel é meu sobrenome. Quem diria? E é escrito exatamente da mesma forma, Michel. Então assim, é como se eu estivesse prevendo as coisas acontecendo, não é? Ah, só pra esclarecer, o nome dele não aparecia logo de cara. Minha voz parece de um adolescente de 12 a 15 anos. Olha, é meio difícil de julgar a própria voz, porque eu não sei, eu pessoalmente não não consigo escutar a minha voz de uma forma boa. Mas eu acho que muita gente é desse jeito, então é algo que você tem que meio que se acostumar. Exato, você não sabe que o Michel é o protagonista até chegar no capítulo 5 e que ele é literalmente eu, exceto pela parte de ser gostoso. And satisfying those desires, I wanted to make love to you. É verdade, ele tem cabelo. Unfortunately, that was not possible. I didn't have the ability. Ui, cavalo. Eita, eita, não, não. Que isso, meu filho? Calma. Rapaz. My body lacks the capability to be one with you. Gente, eu entendo as dificuldades dos anos 1090, alguma coisa assim, mas não se preocupem. No futuro, nós inventamos um negócio chamado strap-on. I can pray, and I can long, and I can wish all I want, but my body will never be what I want it to be. É conhecido como cintaralho, aliás. I am gray, though I have always known my true color. I have no way of becoming it. My heart has always known what I am. But the world refuses to accept it. Every time I claim I'm normal, life say I'm an abomination. Would it really have been too much to ask for me to be born normal? To let me be who I truly am? Is that really so much to ask? Things began to change when I learned my father Anthony had passed away. George's would, I assumed, to be busy preparing to take his place. And if what he had said was true, then I would be welcomed back to the estate. I would no longer be a demon child, but a member of the Bollinger family once more. Deep down though, I couldn't completely believe it. It would actually happen. After 11 years in exile, I had no idea how they felt about me anymore. Would they even remember a promise they had made so long ago? Hear that they wouldn't threaten to consume me. But Giselle, as she often seemed to do, put my mind at ease. No matter where I go, Um dia que tem um tirado por aí, um tirado velho morrer, daí eu fui pra casa. Mas ainda tinha o problema da Amy, né? Ainda tinha o problema dela. Não é só os velhos, é a Amy também.
No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michelle. It's true, I'm nervous, not knowing what the future holds, but not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way.
A Amy e a Gisele cuidavam? Será?
It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future.
Could I believe her? Could I have faith in her wonderful future? That she would always be there with me? That we would return to the estate and finally move on with our lives? That together we could create a future? No, that wasn't a question. I wanted to have faith. I wanted to believe as much as she did. I wanted to believe that even if I was gray, I could have a normal life together with her. She had rescued me from the depths of hell, and now I wanted to make her happy. And that's when disaster struck. After taking that step in our relationship, I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was. But every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest, and my words faded into nothing before they could reach my lips. I knew that if our relationship were to continue, I would have to tell her eventually, but merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. She was everything to me. And so, as we prepared for our departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut. What happened next depended largely on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course my future took was in their hands.
in their hearts. If they couldn't accept me, then I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best. Não, achei que era pedra de... As pedrinhas de amígdala. Não, não é. That my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received her responses, and I hoped dearly that she would join me whenever it ended up. I couldn't provide Giselle the same kind of happiness a normal man could, but if she and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her in my own way. And so, I sat down to write. Dear Mother, there is something I wish to tell you. Something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out. O primeiro erro foi mandar a carta pra mãe, porque não apenas ela acha que você é amaldiçoado, ela acha que a outra é pecadora. Então é tipo o double whammy de tá mandando pra pessoa errada. And I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michelle, not Michelle. Não funcionou? I'm in fucking shock. Eu acho que não atualizou ainda. Fuck! Notebot. Você não pode confiar na mãe em quem confiar. Bom, ninguém. Talvez nos irmãos, talvez. Pera aí, vamos dar um minutinho pra atualizar. Ele demora um pouco. Pronto. Pronto. Ok. Lembrete. Toda vez que alguém mandar uma mensagem, adicionar na lista e depois fazer a atualização. I don't know. Enfim. I found someone whom I care for dearly. A woman. And I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much. Simply to have a quiet life with her. To go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, que música, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male, and I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I am incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. But rather than a reply, I received a visit from Knight's order to kill me.
Michelle, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? Why is your cuss? Your cuss. It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there?
Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana, please say something. Morgana! Predictions, they were right. I was a fool and you can laugh at me all you want. So please say something. Death! Death to the unholy one! Death to the heretic! Death to the witch! Why won't you answer me, Morgana? Why can I not feel you there beside me? You said you would help me when it came for it. Well, here I am, begging for your help. Please, come back to me just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down the door.
Michelle, I'm all right.
Pode fazer uma voz mais grossa pro Death to the Wish. Tá bom.
It's okay, Michelle, I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Michelle, my dear, why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you?
Morgana.
You are now wretched, pitiful. For that, you have my sympathy. I will help you in your time of need.
Finally you speak.
Michelle, I can feel the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you.
This is how you rewarded.
For fighting to be yourself. Do you know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you. Rejected what you are. Hey, Michelle, are you alright? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and turned you over to the church.
Yes, they did.
And did you hear what the knights were saying? They're even accusing you of being a witch.
Taking my sins and place them on you.
Come back to me, Michelle.
You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you? You want to kill them, don't you?
I shall grant you that wish. Out of your hatred and despair, I shall make my own wish.
And that wish shall become a curse upon your family's wicked souls.
You grant my wish then, Morgana?
Yes, absolutely.
Tell me, what is it you want, my poor little darling? Michelle! Let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those you want cursed.
I want you to protect her.
Excuse me?
If they find her, she could be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please use your power to keep her safe. You said you grant my wish, did you not?
That was not the wish I was hoping for.
I know, but that's the wish I wish you to grant. Morgana!
And offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require a sacrifice. Step beyond the door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair.
That was my plan anyway. So long as I am considered a heretic and marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger.
Indeed it does. And here you are, shaking like a scared little child.
Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please keep her safe. You're the only one who can help me, Morgana.
You have my word. From this moment, I vow to protect her life.
Thank you. Giselle? Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. For that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me.
Michelle.
You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died, but now I can't stop shaking.
That's perfectly normal. I'm scarred to death too, but
what scares me the most is losing you.
Michelle.
So please, allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance.
Michelle! Oh, what are you doing? Get back in here, Michelle! What? Why the door? I can't open it! Michelle! Michelle! What did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here!
I guess you really can't perform miracles, Morgana.
I don't want to lose you either!
I know that. By doing this, I will bring you pain, Giselle. But I can't make you happy no matter how hard I try. And I realize that now.
Say something, Michelle! You're out there, aren't you? Please! Please don't do anything rash! They're going to kill you if you're out there!
Giselle, the witch told me.
What?
That she would ensure your safety.
Michelle, she isn't real. There's no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness.
Rest assured, she does not lie.
Michelle!
I pray that someday she will be able to get past this, to move on with her life. She needs to know that that's what I want. I have to find the right words. Oh, I'm pathetic. My voice is so shaky. Please listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You're not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me and a bit of bad fortune. But it's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew.
What are you talking about?
So survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this, live your life, and always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you.
No, I don't. I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you.
I don't want to let you die. There it is. That's to the heretic. That's to the heretic. Death to the heretic.
Get back in here, Michelle. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather.
Your scars will heal. Find a nice man and have a wonderful family.
Why?
Because you have a good family. You have a mother and a sister who love you. If you were to be executed here with me, you will be marked a heretic as well, and your family will be condemned. I don't want anyone else to suffer that kind of disgrace. But I can't tell you any of that, because I don't want you looking into why I'm a heretic. So this is where we part ways, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light to my world.
Don't say that!
The year we shared together, the months since our relationship blossomed, have been the brightest days of my life. But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. And this time, that we can find each other once more in another world, in a body that better suits me.
Michelle!
Michelle. I thought I was prepared. That I was doing something good, something I could be proud of. That would give my life for her with head held high. But it wasn't long before I realized what the witch had meant. What she had warned me about. When she had said ultimate despair waited beyond this door. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. You were sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your own holy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Why, what are you doing here? I stared up at the night, eyes wide, for the voice from within the helm. Dear, belonged to my other brother. You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? I knew well enough the mother was not in her right mind, and while her refusal to accept me had hurt, at the same time I had somewhat expected it. It made sense to me. In her madness, mother had declared me a heretic and reported me to the church. But Didier. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I am here to protect you and your mother. What are you doing here? Why are you pointing your sword at me? He is smiling behind the cold steel helm, frowning or staring expressionlessly. Though your transformation was too much for mother and father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and George's. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate and timing. You said it would all go back to normal eventually. Can I trust that even if the world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side? That you'll always be my brothers? Can I put trust in you once more, DJ Georges? You absolutely can, Michelle. I swear to God on high. Did your vow have any meaning at all? I spent years here in this dark house, waiting, believing you would come through for me. So why are you standing here? Yeah, a half dozen knights at your back, saying him to be executed. Why? Dear. Do not cry. Don't you dare cry, Michelle. You're standing here in front of this door as a man protecting the woman he loves, so you mustn't cry. Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michelle Bollinger? Or a demon child, naturally? Or a witch, perhaps? But why? If I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. You're a family, and that's all there is to it. I thought we were brothers. Our familiar bonds have long since been severed, cursed witch. Now I see, Giselle, this world never had a place for me. I was never welcome here. Kill him! So many blades pierced my flesh. These your sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurts anymore. But the pain from within was much clearer. My heart cracked audibly before shattering completely. Don't cry. Do not cry. Tears will only make me more pitiful. So don't cry, don't you cry, Michelle. Don't cry. Acabou chorando.
I believed in you.
DJ, when I was younger, I idolized you. Those broad shoulders, muscular arms, gentle eyes, everything you said, your simple but pure desire to become a knight. I thought if I could be like you, then I could be proud of who I was. Though that may have faded somewhat after being locked away for so long, my adoration for you never ran away. I thought you, of everyone, would accept me for who I am, and I thought you would celebrate my relationship with Giselle, that you would put those big hands on my shoulders, a smile on your face, and say, I'm happy for you. That you would welcome her into the family, that we could go on outings together on cloudy days, and maybe she could make something for us, that we're a good cook after all. Georges would rifle through the basket before lunch, and Didier would scold him. I would be there watching, a proud smile on my face. As unlikely, as out of reach as I knew it was, I still dreamed of a life like that. I had the faintest hope that when we saw each other again, that dream might come true. Didier, I put my faith in you. Nossa, eu chorando ali, cara. Putz. And so my life came to an end. That wasn't the end of the story. I don't know if what comes next will be called my story, but memories of these events linger in my soul. After being pierced by Didier's blade, I found myself looking down upon my own corpse. How could I have ever imagined that I would be made to witness my own misery even in death? I watched as my eldest brother dragged me to the place of my crucifixion, and my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it, against my will, down to the nearby village.
The knights! The knights have returned from their holy quest! Oh, how we've awaited your arrival! How glorious it is to see you!
Waiting for us there was a cluster of villagers. A large cross lay on the ground in the center of the square. Holding torches, they formed a crowd around the knights, several of them familiar faces. The men who had come to ransack the mansion were standing there, staring at my body in awe. Ah, the Lord's judgment has been delivered unto the witch of the cursed mansion by his holy servants. No longer shall we live in fear of the curse befalling us. Eternal peace is assured. We have assembled all the tools you need to execute your divine mission. A cross befitting of such a heinous sinner. The witch threatened to curse us, sullied our pure ears with its blasphemy. I had done no such thing. I hadn't cursed anyone. I had merely been defending myself. He had been armed and outnumbered me, though I had said what was necessary to chase them off. Our full harvest and our suffering at the hands of the greedy Lord were all the work of the witch. Why then were they acting like I was at fault? Why was I the sinner, and why did I need to be judged? My soul trembled at the overwhelming fervor consuming the crowd, their zealous desire to see judgment cast. So I prayed and asked God to grant me the smallest of miracles, to let my voice reach my brother who carried my body. Please don't do this, dear. Please hear my voice. You know me better than that. You know I've done nothing wrong. Those men smirking at the sight of my body, they're the ones putting the blame for their sins on me. Please tell me you at least don't think I did those things. Don't put me on that cross. If it was Mother who sold me out to the church, then surely you can give me a respectable burial. And nails and rope for the crucifixion are here. We'll have you all knights deliver the Lord's judgment to this vile witch. Teacher, why do you say nothing? Why do you accept the tools this man presents you? Tools meant to punish me. Tell me, Didier. Crucifixion! Crucify it! Crucify the witch! My brother lowered my corpse to the ground and began removing my clothing, and in that very moment I realized the purpose of hanging someone from a cross. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, tears streamed down my face. Please, anything but that, I'm begging you. Don't expose me to these people. Don't expose my body, Didier. I'm begging you, don't do it. But of course, my voice had no way of reaching him, and he proceeded to remove my clothing piece by piece until I was left fully nude. For a brief moment, an unpleasant silence spread throughout the crowd. The erratic cackling of their torches was the only sound that could be heard in the square. And then, with a mocking laugh, one man spoke. Ah, so there it is, the devilish creature. Don't look at me. Please look away. Just get it over with and burn me now. Burn my body, please. One simple thing was all I was missing. I had a frame like a man. I lacked breasts of a woman. My heart was male. I was in love with a woman. You sold your soul to the devil, and this is what you became. This frightful, reprehensible creature. To dare defy the sacred body God blessed you with. Was that what people really thought of me? Or is there no way to make them understand? Could they not possibly imagine how miserable it was to live in a body that didn't fit the shape of your soul? Was there no way to get through to them, even the slightest bit, that all I wanted was to be what I felt I was? Was that really so heinous of a crime? Please, Didier, stop this. Don't humiliate me any further. Please, just let me depart this world in peace. Carry my body away from this place. That's all I ask. And if you can't do that, then at least burn me instead. Didier, Didier. He then placed my body upon the cross, bound my arms together at the wrist with rope, and then drove a nail through my palms. I couldn't look away. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. My vision remained perfectly clear despite the constant stream of tears. When he was finished attaching my body to the cross, he and several other knights lifted off the ground, planting it in the center of the village square. The villagers showered the knights with praise, their praise and gratitude. Not for lack of trying, I was unable to get away from the cross. My soul was trapped there along with my body. Dieter didn't say a word the entire time. After a full day hanging there, grotesque blackish splotches began appearing on my lower body. Everyone who saw it grimaced in disgust. The knights, Dieter included, had long since taken their leave, leaving my soul behind, curled up at the base of the cross. A constant stream of tears ran down my face. Despite all my prayers, I remained bound to that place, left to rot in the cross of my body. Passerby threw rocks and spat on me. Children laughed. A mother warned her daughter to always obey God's teachings. By 48 hours, black feather birds and maggots had appeared to devour my rotten flesh. I couldn't imagine any less pleasant a sight than my own body decaying in the sunlight, exposed for all to see. A group of children assembled in a square not far from the cross, and soon after a competition began to see who could take down the evil witch. They gathered all the rocks they could find and started throwing them at my corpse as hard as they could. The stones ripped through my decomposing flesh, exposing bits of bone. Eventually, they settled on a winner, the one who had torn off the most flesh, and went on their way. And when they were gone, the birds flocked in to take their place. The third day and night came and went, and at sunrise on the fourth day I received a visitor. Would you stab Madame? The crucifix is this way. After everything I had been through, I thought nothing more could possibly affect me. I had sunk as far down into the abyss as I could go. I was just seeking, yeah. However, Mother... Ok, eu achei que era a Amy, mas não, é pior ainda. I knew it was her instantly. She was older and bonier than I remembered. She had bags under her eyes so dark they looked like bruises. Her once lustrous blonde hair had faded almost white, but I always recognized my own mother. What are you doing here, Mother? Father. It was 13 years since I had last heard Mother's voice and had grown raspy in me. But there were still distinct traces in it of the woman who had raised me, who had stayed at my bedside when I was sick. Though I lacked a physical body, I still felt a deep, piercing chill at the sound of her voice.
Father, this is not my daughter. I did not birth this accursed thing. No, I am her victim. For years I suffered at the hands of this witch. She stole my daughter away from me, tormenting me endlessly, tormenting me, trying to ruin me. A demon. You're a demon.
Mother.
I despise you, you foul, hellish monster. I loved you. You took everything from me.
I could never bring myself to hate my birth mother.
I feel nothing but revulsion for you. I loved you. An eternity in the fires of hell would be too good for you.
I often disagreed with the things you said and did, but I still remember the feeling of her hand in mine as I lay sick in bed.
I have absolutely no relation to this demon.
I kept writing you letters, kept pretending to be a girl for you, because I didn't want to hurt you.
This is not my daughter.
I couldn't stand doing it. Whenever I sat down to write one, I came out horribly wrecked. A horrible wreck, even worse off than before. But even so,
send this monster straight to hell.
I didn't want to break you, Mother. I didn't want to push you any further off the edge.
Quickly, set me free of this accursed thing.
But I suppose I still did end up breaking you. Please be at ease, Madame. The Lord has heard your prayers. He wants you to cast the demon into the cleansing fires. He wants you to show him that, as you say, you have no relation to this unholy thrall.
Gladly. I'll gladly sentence vile creatures into the deepest pits of hell with my own two hands.
Her eyes swirling with every hateful emotion imaginable, Mother took the torch from the priest and tossed it into the pile of straw spread up around the base of the cross. The flame crackled as it spread upward, consuming my body and filling the square with a putrid stench of burning flesh. Through the cloud of smoke, I could see a faint smile on Mother's lips. Mother, I'm so sorry. You had to give birth to me. When the inferno had devoured everything and the cross itself came crumbling down, my soul was finally released from that place, or rather, I suppose it more shattered. The things I saw, the things I was made to watch were harrowing. Morgana had been right. The anguish that came after knowing happiness was much greater than anything I had felt before. It eroded my spirit, drained me of the willpower to bear the sight of the world after death. But rather than giving to hatred like Morgana had, I despaired of myself. I didn't curse or bear a grudge against anyone. I prayed for my own extinguishment. My soul began to crumble, neither ascending to heaven nor falling to hell, but fading into darkness everlasting. My fingers were the first to go, then my eyes and then my mouth. All sound vanished into nothingness. My beating heart and all the emotions that had once taken root within it scattered like leaves upon the wind. My soul completely, wholly decomposed. I couldn't stand to allow my soul to return to the living world, no matter what it might take residence in. Some length of time later, I began to hear a sound, muffled and indistinct. No longer human in form, I had no ears to speak of, but the sound gradually increased in volume. It was a voice.
Where are you, Michelle? What are you doing? Still praying. Still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever, and ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you're going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not remembering. Am I? Michelle, come back to me soon.
As if drawn in by the sound of that voice, bit by bit, began regaining some of what I had lost. But it took an incredibly long time. My body and soul had been ground to dust. I had rejected myself, scattered it into the void. This would take several lifetimes to find and reassemble all those pieces.
Michelle, all I can remember about you is your name, your glossy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else.
I had thought my mind, my body, my spirit, and my heart had all been eradicated. But every time I heard that voice, I thought, I must return. Well, thought is perhaps inaccurate. It was not so much a conscious idea as an instinctive force. The voice slowly buried the overwhelming pain I had suffered in both life and death. I began to search for the source of that quiet, constant whispered echoing in the emptiness, chasing after that tiny fleck of light, the one thing in the world that seemed to desire my presence.
Michelle, I'm no longer the girl I once was. I've built a thick cocoon around myself, a cocoon I can't break free of. My unprotected shell is devouring me. I'm waiting for you, Michelle. Waiting for you inside my shell, Michelle. Always waiting. Will you be able to recognize the person I've become? Please, Michelle, get me out of here.
At long last, I found the ray of light I sought, and I had an absolute certainty that if I followed it, I would reach the source of the voice. I had to find them. I had to set them free. I desperately had to give back to them what they had given to me, and that sense of purpose is what set me back into motion. The void was so expansive, so endlessly deep, that reaching the end of the trail of light was no easy task. Struggling to follow it to its source wore my barely held together soul thin until it crumbled apart once more. And again I lost myself. I can't account for much of my time chasing after the light. The gaps in my memory are large and frequent. Nevertheless, after countless cycles of breaking down or reassembling myself, after hundreds of years of wandering, I finally found my way back to that mansion. And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion, neither of us were our old selves any longer. In my endeavor to return, I had worn my soul down to almost nothing. I was but a vague shadow, completely devoid of memories. And that was the beginning. We met each other anew, lost and broken. devoid of life. The darkness here reminds me of my time in the void, with the despair that filled my shattered soul as it sunk into the endless abyss of the emptiness I felt as my body crumbled and faded into nothing. Michelle, the poor soul who was named for an agent born with a cause, fate to bear an unfairly cruel fate. I am the only one who sympathizes with you, the only one who understands your pain, the only one willing to help you. I'm sure you're not feeling particularly fond of me right now. Not after I made you relive the past you so wanted to forget. Every moment of that despair. Not after I revealed your every last secret to the woman you love. But you must face the truth, my dear. You put your life, your very soul on the line for this woman. And even she would not accept you. But as I have said before, that's the normal response. She's no worse than anyone else for it. You simply aren't something people can accept. Pode salvar? Peraí. Preciso ver até onde vai.
He believes that even if your family wouldn't, that even if your dear brothers wouldn't, Giselle would be able to accept for you, that she alone was different, that she alone was special, that she alone wanted you in her life, and she alone would extend her hand for you. You never doubted that, did you? But Michelle, hope exists to be crushed, and the stronger you cling to the hope, the more you have to lose. You can hear that, can't you? Her mocking you, scorning you, rejecting everything that defines you. The revulsion in her voice. This is the woman you fought so hard to get back. Listen to it, my dear. Focus on her voice. Disgusting. Disgusting. Stop, please. I don't want to hear it anymore. Make it stop. Can you blame her though? Hundreds of years she waited, trusting you, and you came back to her a woman more than once. Think about it. You betrayed her first. No, stop. Don't. I didn't. Tell me, what was it like? How did it feel to be born and live as a woman? You spent your life insisting you weren't a woman, and yet your soul chose a female body to return in. All those gaps in your memory, within your lives as a white-haired girl. First there was a kind, mild-mannered, flaxen-haired boy. You, a woman, and he, a man, were joined in love. And then there was the deranged man-beast. By exposing your female body to him, you were able to temporarily contain his madness. And finally, there was a man obsessed with money and power. You were his wife, ever faithful, waiting patiently for him to remember his love. You put your faith in the wrong person's love. How can you expect her not to be disgusted? She was forced to watch again and again as the man she loved was reborn as a woman and had relations with other men. Would you like to know what you're doing right in this moment, Michelle? You're crying. Crying as you've done so many times before. Those tears, they wash away your dignity. Would you also like to know how you look right now, Michelle? You reverted to your final moments, both in body and in heart. Take a look at yourself, my dear. Your body, incomplete, only partially male. The wounds, still fresh and raw. Used by your brother, whom you've trusted completely. The knights whose ranks you dreamed of joining. Even now, your blood still flows from those wounds. They will never heal, not so long as you remain yourself. It's not pleasant, is it? Hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? I did not inflict those wounds on you, though.
They're your own, and no one can erase them. You've lost everything, Michelle. Tell me, what do you have left? You're robbed of your pride, your dignity, your life, your identity, your very existence, and the love you thought you still had? Well, she's gone and left you behind too. And still, you refuse to curse anyone. Why do you not take what you deserve from those who stole everything from you? You have every right to vengeance, and I'm offering you the means to have it. Curse them, my dear. I cannot curse anyone. You disappoint me, Michelle. If that's what you want. If you won't join me in my hatred, then so be it. I accept we are not as similar as I once thought. As much as it pains me to do so, I will release you. I will even wish for your reconstruction into the body you desire. You shall descend into the mortal realm as human men, never to set foot in this cursed mansion again. Imagine it. After waiting for so long, you'll finally be able to obtain the body you so desperately seek. Have a wife and create a happy family. Wouldn't that just be lovely? I'll make that wish for you, my dear. You can have that life. All you have to do is walk out the door. It's that easy. Just let go. Let it all go, Michelle. Let go. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Essa é a música dela. Don't listen to her. Don't trust anything she says. Don't trust anything she shows you. Michelle, you told me you believed in my love. That if I could survive for hundreds of years, it must be real. So don't start doubting it now. Open your eyes, Michelle, and look at me. Listen to me, please. Listen to the sound of my voice. Michelle. Will you listen to what I really think? How I actually feel? I would never ever push you away. Do you remember what I said, Michelle? When you broke through the cocoon I had built around myself, I said I would never come to hate you. I still stand by that. My feelings haven't changed in the slightest. It doesn't matter what kind of past you had and what kind of secrets you kept. I still love you. You accepted me, Michelle. I spent hundreds of years trapped in this place, watching as tragedy after tragedy befell its residents, slowly losing my grip on myself until I had been twisted so far I could tell them like stories with a cold smile on my face. And despite what I had become, you still took my hand. You still said you loved me. No matter what horrors you've experienced, I will always love. I will always and forever take your hand. Michelle!
Fuck, eu não consigo tirar em tempo, mas foi bom essa aí também.
Giselle, please have faith in me, Michelle. Don't believe what some illusion says. Believe me. Believe the real me. Eu sabia que era uma ilusão. Morgana, você não me engana. You have it backwards, Giselle. The truth is, I never once doubted you. What? I never doubted your love. Michelle! I despised myself. I hated that I was so weak I couldn't even bear being rejected by a phantasm made to look like you. I didn't want you to see me like that. I didn't want you to know I was so weak. To see my past. to see me now, a pitiful, unsightly mess. I couldn't stand the thought of you seeing any of that. If only your memories, if only for you. I wanted to be gallant, to be a man. I wanted to be the man who never cried, who never showed weakness, and who died trying to protect you. I didn't want you to know that I was so weak, that I was such a sad, frail person, and not even a real man. Michelle, I didn't want you to see that. Morgana was telling the truth. I opened the door to her past in order to bring you back, but that wasn't the whole story. I kept details about myself out, things that would make me look bad. There's no one as shameful and reprehensible as me.
No, Michelle, there's no one in this world as admirable as you. You remain true to yourself to the end. No matter how bad things got, day after day you fought all alone, despite being put through hell. Yet you chose not to cause those responsible. Only once did you ever consider causing someone, your father. I remember that day very well.
Verdade. Outro sorriso pra guardar. Eu tirei a foto, depois eu pego.
I was too stupid to realize it at the time. But you did that for me.
Peraí. Eu poderia usar esse botão em vez de apertar F12. I'm kinda silly. Anyway.
The one time you ever wanted to curse someone was for me. Give yourself a little more credit. You did perhaps come off as a bit inscrutable, but deep down you're truer to yourself than anyone. Your motivation simple and pure, your heart full of kindness. Know that you're the wonderful, admirable man, Michelle. Be proud of who you are.
It doesn't change how much suffering I put you through, Giselle. I was the white-haired girl. The girl in the portrait was me. It was all me. You came back more than once, showing up a woman, then disappearing again, hurting you completely unaware, pushing you away, leaving nothing but tragedy in my wake. I'll never forgive myself for what I did to you.
Have faith in yourself, Michelle. Follow your heart.
Eu salvei, depois eu pego. Eu tirei screenshot da tela inteira.
I know it was a secret you didn't want revealed, but for me, I couldn't be happier to know the truth, because it shows just how incredibly much you love me, and not only in life. The hundreds of years I spent trapped in this mansion, you spent searching for me in that vast, empty, hopeless void you heard my voice. Your love guided you to me. When you had lost everything, your love for me still lived on. Even as it tore you apart, you kept fighting to make it back to me. A few blanks in your memory don't account for someone so fiercely determined to suddenly become a completely different person.
Percebi? Só percebi o quê? Não percebi. Ah, tá.
But Giselle, how am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to believe that wasn't me when everything about us is exactly the same? You are not the white-haired girl, Michelle. Have faith in your own heart and the things you stand for. Have faith in your true self, in the person you are, the shape of your soul. You were never the white-haired girl, and you never will be. Remember when you first arrived at the mansion, Michelle? I took your hand And together we watched dozens of different lives play out. Were your memories anywhere among them? It wasn't behind those doors that you found yourself, but in the remnants of the months we shared here. Was a white-haired girl anywhere in your memories? You are Michelle, no one else. But it doesn't change my body. I know you, Michelle. I know who you are deep down. I love you from the bottom of my heart, and I want you to understand that, to know how I feel. Though we only shared our love for a month in life, it was enough for me to wait hundreds of years for your return. And you fought with everything you had to make it back to me, to get me out of here. You are the greatest man I have ever known.
Ela tá sumindo?
Giselle, how is it? You always manage to see straight through me, Giselle. To give me exactly what I want. That smile, that single ray of light in the endless dark. To say exactly what I've so desperately yearned to hear.
Pois é, né? Encontre uma pessoa que te ame que nem a Giselle ama o Michel.
The words I've sought for countless years. Giselle!
I reach out for her, but she's begun to fade, her outline hazy and blending into the surroundings, and all I manage to grab is empty air. I want more than anything to feel her warmth right now, the sensation of her skin against mine, but there's nothing there. Please, Giselle, don't leave my side again.
Don't worry, I'm right here with you. I'm not going anywhere.
Giselle,
put your hands on my shoulders. Wrap your arms around me. I can't. I want to so much, but I can't feel you there at all. You can, Michelle. I promise. Close your eyes. Now reach forward slowly. You can feel me there, can't you? That's my finger, and that's my hair. Those are my eyes, and here are my lips. Is my heart, where I keep all the feelings you gave back to me, and my love for you. In body and in spirit, I am all yours. Can you sense me here beside you? I think I can. Now, hold on, and don't let go. You know, it's kind of funny. We're like two awkward kids around each other, bound together by love so amazingly powerful. Yet we only ever held hands a few times, and embracing is like some incredible achievement for us. And we're supposed to be full-grown adults. Kiss me, Michelle. We never got the chance while we were alive. Giselle, or are you going to tell me to wait again? Not this time.
I feel my way around the emptiness where she ends. Her skin, white but not pallid. Her slightly flushed cheeks dimpled by her smile. Her lips, which at times called me master and at times called me Michel. Her entire being. This woman who accepted me as a man, who even in death continued to bring me back from my darkest places. She is my everything. I feel a faint breath against my neck, somewhere between a sigh and a giggle. I feel her warmth, which I thought I would never know again, in the soft touch of her skin. I envision her face before me, what I'm sure she is, with her eyes closed, and I press my lips against hers. It's a quick, clumsy affair, just a little peck. Not the kind of kiss you grown adults might be expected to share. But nonetheless, a gentle warmth spread through my body from the place our lips touched. It's a sensation so pleasant, so nice, I can hardly believe it's real. Her surroundings dissolve, and the world takes on a new face. A plane of tranquil light created by Giselle, into which the mansion's darkness slowly seeps. The difference is, Now I'm not afraid to step back into it. All it took was that single, irreplaceable moment to change my everything. Though I can't see her there, I can feel her presence right beside me, her heart, and that she too can feel mine. I won't falter anymore. I'm through hesitating, wavering about in fear of my own weakness. I will look to the future. I will believe in myself because she believes in me. I'm done carrying the chains I created for myself. I have work to do. No more looking away from my responsibility. As the light dims and darkness begins to take cover, I hear her voice in my ear.
Michelle, can I ask you to lend your hand to someone? You set me free, and I'd like to do the same for her. This is something I don't think anyone else can do. Only you can rid the mansion of its darkness. I'm here with you too. So let's open the final door together. The true final door. We can put an end to all this tragedy. I know we can. Now, off we go, Michelle. And do not let go of my hand.
Zone. Reality fades back into view. I'm looking at neither the endless eroding darkness nor the visions of my past, but the sea of blood spreading in all directions. I'm standing at the top of the observation tower, outside the door. I've returned, back in Morgana's world, her bitter, hate-filled, curse-fueled world.
Tell you the truth, I didn't see this coming. This is my mansion, my domain. She was supposed to be locked up. But it would seem my will is not as absolute as I thought. What would you call that? The power of love. It's a curious thing. Make a one man weep and another man sing. Is that what allowed this to happen? How trite. Where's the magic? The miracle?
I can think of one other reason she was able to escape, and it's the only way you'll be able to find the power we need to cast off the darkness of this house. But first, before we do anything else, we must open this door.
Whatever nonsense that woman filled your head with, it certainly seems to have put some fight in those eyes. Well, good for you, my dear. A little confidence boost doesn't erase the fact that you were on the ground, crawling through the filth like a worm, tears streaming down your face as you tried to ignore what lay before you. Little self-esteem isn't going to make you any less helpless than when you step through that door.
But that won't stop me from trying. I'm done acting like you're some inevitability, some force of nature. It's time for me to take a stand, Morgana. The air around the door has a distinct chill to it as I place my hand against the wood surface. My arms, once bloody and lacerated, are now whole again. Aí sim. E esse aqui é importante porque tá colorido. Olha esse sorriso. Olha essa mulher, olha esse homem. Não dá, cara. Não há melhor casal. Honestamente. I take in a breath, lift my head, focus my gaze on the door, and push it open. Resting on the back of my hand, I can feel the palm, soft and warm. Through the single window sitting high atop the wall shines a ray of light. A black butterfly flutters within the beam. Its form is indistinct, wavering like a mirage as it slowly descends to the tower floor. And then, from within the darkness, a person appears.
Ela tomou forma.
Is that you, Morgana?
How does it feel to finally meet the real thing, my dear?
Ah, é, e o rosto dela, realmente a pele tá daquele jeito.
And you were young, but you really are still a child. And we heard her tale, I know she died still a girl. And I know how she came to bear so much hatred for the world. But knowing and seeing are two very different things. The sight of her bony adolescent body is a painful reminder
that she never had a chance to know happiness, to know adulthood before being robbed of her life. I had assumed the monster would be your first reaction. The face. And the body like this. How very sweet of you, Michelle. So tell me, what exactly do you mean now that you're here? Your ultimate goal was, as I understood it, to take Giselle back, but she's no longer here for me to return to you. She broke out of my cage and exhausted what remained of her soul to show herself to you. I cannot perceive even the trace of her presence any longer, so I presume her soul shattered, dissipated into nothing. No, she's right here beside me. Is that so? You seem to believe as much anyway, which only makes her presence here a bigger mystery. Oh, I know. You want revenge. I made you miserable while you were alive, and I continue to torment in death. You entrusted me with Giselle's life, and I used her for my own ends. You must despise me. Hatred fills you. You want to curse me, to kill me. My death will well mean the end of all this. Shall I grant you that wish? She flicks a finger. In the next second, the long sword clatters to the floor at my feet. Take the blade in your hands, unlike the knight of old who executed the witch. Pierce my heart with it. To now, what should have happened then? You always wanted to be a knight, didn't you? Go on, pick it up. Show me your revulsion, my dear. Morgana, I do have a reason for being here. I came to save you. Did you hit your head on the way up? You came to save who? I spent so long trying to look away, when I should have been trying to look deeper. To tell you the truth, your constant shattering in the darkness evoked more than annoyance in me. I empathize with your loneliness. I bear no hatred for you. It was my despair that brought you back to life, so that makes it my responsibility to win this. My young wish has given me all the redemption I need, my dear. Or should I be expecting enough self-righteous lecture about how hatred does you no good? Brilliant, Michelle, brilliant! Do you have any idea how absurdly presumptuous you're being? Trying to force your idea of redemption into someone who has no interest in it. If the tale you showed me was the whole truth, then I would have said you could revile those heartless men as much as you please. But I refuse to believe that's the whole story. The men I saw beyond the first 3 doors had genuine concerns and worries. They felt things, real human emotions, even if those things ultimately led them down a path of destruction. Wanting to do something nice for the one you care about, being disgusted at things you've done, hiding your urges from those around you. You certainly couldn't call them good men, but they were real people with real conflicts. So you're saying I'm lying? Well, I can't say I blame you. Who would believe the word of a witch? I don't think you falsified your account, Morgana. The tragedy. No, the grisly reality you described. I don't doubt any of that happened. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But I've learned something in my years. Reality exists from more than one perspective. That doesn't change what happened. That two-faced young man deceived me. The beast severed my arm, and the greedy, power-hungry lord used me for his own personal gain. Events by themselves do not tell the whole story. Only when you take into account their circumstances, what they thought and felt, their perspectives, only then can you say you've reached the truth. Your point being? Are you going to march down to where their souls are and ask them for their perspective? Don't waste your breath, they'll only tell you what benefits themselves the most. Then we do it our way. We open a door to your past. And if I refuse? This is my domain, my world. It operates in accordance to my will. The door won't open unless I allow it to. We're aware, Morgana, that I recovered my first memory in front of a mirror. You what? The same mirror Giselle used to practice her smile, and in all those hundreds of years, bits of her memory came to reside within it. Every time she stood before that mirror, she had me in her heart. And next, I saw one of my own memories played out in my bedchamber. It was the first day after we opened the windows when she let by the morning sun into my room. That day was a turning point in my life.
And why are you telling me this?
Because it means this world doesn't belong only to you. It's also hers and mine. And that is why she was able to break free. Her wish is, without question, the most powerful of anyone's here, and you have more authority over this place than anyone else. There is no denying your position as master of this mission, but Giselle and I, we too have influence over this domain. I was the one who resurrected you, and she who served as your guide, so the door will appear, whether or not it is your will. Their souls reside here as well. They may spin convenient tales, but the memories ingrained upon their souls can't tell no lies. All the pieces are on the board. The door will open.
Bom, se bem que ele é bom em xadrez, né? Say the door does open. What does that change? Nothing those men may have thought or felt can take back what they did to me. This rotten, broken creature they turned me into. I don't care what was going through their heads. They would never have my forgiveness. My hatred is unwavering. My wish will not be undone so easily. Their soul shall suffer for all eternity.
Before we begin, Morgana, let's get one last lingering question out of the way.
And what that might be?
Who the white-haired girl is?
That's your lingering question. We've already established.
That was you, Morgana.
So in a desperate plea to deny you came back as a woman, you're now trying to make me into her.
That is perhaps the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
That was you, my dear. Don't avert your eyes. You must face reality.
I'm not averting my eyes, and I'm not in denial. I have faith. Faith that I only ever made it back to this mansion once, when I woke in a rocking chair beside the fireplace.
Ha! Nevertheless, it hardly justifies accusing me of being that foolish girl. How could you possibly think I was her? Never have I not been present in these walls. Not even while she was alive and in the claws of tragedy. My hair is not white, nor are my eyes red. And look at this horrid, festering face. How could I even become her?
All your soul appears and is irrelevant in this case, Morgana. I will uncover the truth about you. Things even you don't know. And if I can show you that you were, in fact, the white-haired girl, in that moment will your reality be rewritten.
If you're so confident, then be my guest. Find out for yourself just how little you're capable of.
Morgana the Saint died, and then Michelle the Saintess and Morgana the Witch was born. Blackness fills the observation tower once more. Morgana fades into the distance, leaving me alone in the dark stream. It's a darkness I've seen, felt, and been consumed by numerous times since arriving at the mansion. But this time I welcome it, praying that beyond it lies the truth with the power to release all from the house's grip. This next tale has no narrator. I won't sit back and listen as someone recounts the path of fate for me. No, I have to find the path for myself this time. I don't know what awaits me beyond the black, but no matter what it may be, so long as I have the power to provide redemption, I must never put down my sword. Now, let us open this door. The final door. Oh my god. Oh wow. Cinema. Cinema, cinema. Sinceramente, como todos sabemos, eu ficaria aqui até 4 da manhã, se necessário, para poder chegar para ver isso até o fim. Mas, como infelizmente nós somos carteira assinada, então tem esse pequeno problema aí. Então, terminaremos semana que vem. Terminaremos semana que vem. Antes disso, eu vou... Eu tinha começado a escrever. Eu só tenho que achar onde que tá. Tá bem... Tá bem fundo. Hum... Sim, bora ver a minha fanfic. Um dia a festa acaba. Não, um dia a gente tem que trabalhar. Where is it? Where is it? Hum. Ah, achei. Ok. Eu lembro, eu fiz que um capítulo e meio. Então, vou ler aqui o primeiro capítulo. É um pouquinho de texto. Na verdade, não é tanto assim, não. Dá uns 15 minutos. Ok. Capítulo 1. O chão encontrava-se em constante vibração. Trancos e solavancos eram sentidos em um ritmo constante e interminável. Os raios solares, perdendo suas forças, projetavam sombras retangulares tão altas que se perdiam de vista, passando apressadamente como se tivessem a intenção de escapar do confinamento onde se encontravam. Sons ecoavam no ambiente, abafados e sem sentido, juntando-se para formar uma massa de ar quente que trazia tudo e, ao mesmo tempo, nada. A sensação claustrofóbica crescia proporcionalmente ao barulho. Mais alto, mais alto. Tudo era conflitante. Estar junto, mas ao mesmo tempo sozinho. Escutar e não ouvir nada. Fechar os olhos, mas não descansar. O tempo passa em batidas simples, segundo em segundo, minuto em minuto, hora em hora. A ironia de pensar no tempo ser utilizado como um método de gastá-lo chegava com um pensamento engraçado e contundente. O tempo passa. Mais baixo, mais baixo. Uma calmaria repentina se aposta do local. Tudo se aquieta, de uma forma que, por um momento, talvez se acredite que a paz realmente existe. que há algo grande escondido atrás de um simples silêncio. As vibrações diminuem. Não havia mais nenhum tipo de elemento forçando a entropia. As sombras pararam como se estivessem aceito o destino de que nunca estariam fora dessa gaiola em que sempre se encontravam. Subitamente, tudo vem a cessar. Uma porta se abre e um singelo garoto se levanta e vai para sua direção, caminhando em passos compassados, suas roupas suadas e desbotadas pelo uso excessivo, com cada movimento, emitem leves ruídos de tecidos a florar. Seu rosto, desvaído de inocência, levemente inclinado para baixo, observando o caminho, evita os olhares daqueles que ainda sobravam nas imediações, como se o mundo já tivesse o traído antes. Seu destino nada mais era do que uma saída composta por 3 degraus ordenadamente construídos para a utilização diária. Para qualquer pessoa, isso seria nada mais do que mera convencionalidade, porém, cada passo em cada degrau ainda é dado com cautela, evitando que o pior aconteça. Seus pés tocam o chão firme, o asfalto cede um pouco ao seu peso. Uma casa encontra-se à sua frente, feita de forma simples, similar às outras vizinhas, com um acabamento de madeira levemente apodrecida. Muitos dizem que é o que dá um toque de charme, com aquele ar de aconchego e nostalgia que não é realmente sentido em outros lugares. Suas paredes marrons remetem à floresta logo além, onde árvores imperam sobre um vasto manto de folhas. O som típico da porta se fechando pode ser ouvido claramente após a descida, a hidráulica trabalhando para mover a peça de puro metal em sua posição de proteção humana. Um ônibus finalmente começa a se mover, perdendo-se de vista à distância, fazendo a curva até deixar de existir aos olhos de quem observa. Finalmente em casa, disse Aspen, ajeitando a mochila em suas costas. Seu movimento em direção à porta de entrada começou pouco após sua descida. Havia um pequeno jardim em frente à casa. Não era o jardim mais florado de todos, mas era algo satisfatório de se ver. Os arbustos eram organizados em fileiras, criando cercas vivas rasteiras, apenas para mera decoração, criando caminhos para onde quem fosse entrar nos arredores da residência pudesse seguir o caminho, das folhas até o destino desejado. Aspen olhou para o seu lado esquerdo, curioso para saber se encontraria algo na garagem. No entanto, nada estava fora do normal. Nenhum carro encontrava-se estacionado na vaga que ali estava disponível. Olhando de volta para onde andava, sacudiu seus ombros e rapidamente subiu o pequeno conjunto de escadas que rangiam ao serem pisadas. Escrevi errado. Como uma saudação de retorno recebida de alguém que há anos não o via. Encontrando-se de frente à porta de entrada, ele retirou a chave presa em seu pescoço por um simples fio de couro e a posicionou na fechadura da porta. 1, 2 giros. A porta se abre. Uma sineta vira após o segundo giro e a porta lentamente abre com um leve rangido das dobradiças recém-lubrificadas. A parte interior entra em fricção com o chão, cessando seu movimento suave e discreto. Aspen passa pela abertura feita pelo movimento natural da porta e adentra a sala de estar. Entrando completamente dentro do móvel e fechando a porta por trás de si, Aspen se move em direção às escadas, localizadas no outro extremo do cômodo. A casa por dentro apresenta um espaço maior do que vista por fora. As janelas permitiam a entrada do que restava da luz do dia para um toque alaranjado no piso marrom. As molduras na parede eram ofuscadas pela luz que incidia diretamente sobre o vidro que protegia suas fotos já gastas e antigas, mostrando uma família composta de 3 pessoas, paradas, sorrindo para além de que capturava o momento. Os móveis eram posicionados de tal forma que ocupassem blocos de espaço previamente organizados por algo ou alguém, como se fosse um plano de arquitetura formado para otimizar a razão entre espaço ocupado e comodidade transmitida pelo posicionamento dos móveis. Mas tudo isso era apenas obra de seu pai, um homem que prezava pela perfeição em tudo, independente da situação. Ninguém sabia exatamente o porquê de tanta obsessão por perfeição, mas era fácil de ver que era basicamente um estilo de vida nesse ponto. Subindo as escadas, entrando no corredor superior, que consistia de uma pequena passagem com 2 portas na parede, logo em frente às escadas, com uma outra no fim de um espaço mais largo à esquerda, antes do fim do corredor, Aspen foi em direção ao seu quarto. Chegando na segunda porta do corredor, ele notou algo diferente vindo do quarto de seus pais. A sensação estranha, porém confortante, vinha da porta na direção oposta à de seu quarto. O quarto de seus pais emanava uma luz branca levemente azulada, na qual nunca tinha visto antes, como se dentro de suas paredes estivesse residindo algum tipo de entidade divina. Curiosidade tomou conta de seu corpo. Espen não conseguia lembrar quando fora a última vez na qual ele entrou naquele quarto. Qualquer lembrança que ousava brotar de um ponto escuro de seu cérebro não passava de meras imagens borradas ou simplesmente um branco que se estendia infinitamente pelo espaço-tempo. Ele sacudiu sua cabeça. Nenhuma lembrança relevante iria aparecer de repente de uma hora para outra. Não havia um motivo para se perder em sua mente agora. Pelo menos não era o momento na qual ele gostaria que isso acontecesse. Ligeiramente assustado e aparentemente apreensivo, Espen sentiu uma leve brisa soprando por entre as frestas da porta. Um cheiro familiar passou por suas narinas, lembrando de folhas molhadas pela chuva. Suas mãos, levemente trêmulas, tocaram a maçaneta com seus dedos, envoltando-a em um forte aperto. Trancada. Espen sentiu uma palpitação dentro de seu peito. Não sabendo exatamente como prosseguir diante da situação, ele começou a olhar aos arredores para ver se encontrava algo fora do lugar que poderia indicar algum sinal da chave que destrancaria a porta. No entanto, por ali tinha apenas alguns outros quadros presos na parede e uma mesa com uma lâmpada descansando em sua superfície. A presença de apenas 2 cadeiras era para que alguém pudesse encostar por ali, para ler um jornal e prosear, sem precisar entrar em alguns dos quartos ou descer para a sala de estar. Espen achava a ideia meio estranha, mas considerando o jeito excêntrico de seu pai, ele não gastava muita energia tentando encontrar o porquê. Ele simplesmente aceitava as coisas como eram. Há coisas mais importantes para lidar agora. Posso pensar sobre esses lances estranhos do pai uma outra hora, pensou Espen após sacudir sua cabeça novamente, dando leves tapas em suas bochechas. Nada parecia anormal por ali. A luz parecia se esvair cada vez mais com o passar dos segundos. Como nada mais parecia ser possível, ele tentou ver alguma coisa através da fechadura. Espen se ajoelhou prontamente em frente à porta e apoiou suas mãos na batente, inclinando seu corpo levemente para a frente. Isso está escrito meio mal. Levando um de seus olhos amplamente aberto em direção à fechadura, enquanto mantinha o outro fechado para melhor focar no que se encontrava dentro do quarto inacessível. O campo de visão era bem limitado, com a vista apenas para um armário. Peraí, quanto mais que falta? Ok, talvez leve mais tempo do que eu imaginava. Vou ler até um certo ponto, então. Com a vista apenas para um armário e uma pequena parte da ponta da cama. Porém, nessa ponta, Espen conseguiu notar algum tipo de entidade ali sentada, apenas esperando o tempo passar. Como se soubesse que ela não ficaria ali por muito mais tempo, ele continuou a observar as ações dessa pessoa que ali estava. Ela se levantou e andou em direção ao centro do campo de visão disponível a Espen. A figura da entidade parecia familiar, a imagem semelhante de uma mulher com cabelos longos e esvoaçantes, utilizando um simples vestido de seda e emanando uma aura confortante e amigável. Nesse momento, a figura virou-se em direção à porta, contemplando-a por um breve momento, até agachar-se e ficar de frente à fechadura, assim como Espen se encontrava. Ah, então aí você está, disse a aparição de uma forma meio petulante. Os cabelos de Espen se arrepiaram e uma sensação de espanto ocupou sua cabeça, fazendo com que ele caísse em suas costas imediatamente, ainda tentando manter visão com a porta. Ele pôde ouvir uma branda risada vindo de dentro do quarto. Preciso de sua ajuda, Espen. Me encontre no interior da floresta das recordações. As folhas mostrarão um caminho. Estarei à espera, disse a mulher, sua luz brilhando como nunca antes. Não, espera! Gritou Espen, tentando recobrar sua postura. Quem é? Antes que pudesse terminar a frase, a luz atravessou as frestas da porta e ofuscou todo o ambiente. Espen não conseguia enxergar nada além desse branco intenso que cobria todas as curvas e frestas do corredor superior. Completamente dominado pela luz, Espen retornou às suas lembranças. Tudo que ele via agora era exatamente como todas as lembranças que ele conseguia ter sobre esse quarto em particular. Ele não conseguia entender a razão ou o motivo que alguém ou algo precisasse dele para qualquer coisa, Não haviam muitas coisas que ele podia dizer, que sabia com certeza que poderiam mudar a vida de alguém, e ele não passava de apenas um simples garoto que morava em um bairro simples. Aspen, ainda confuso, sentiu suas forças diminuindo. Deixando-se levar pela exaustão repentina que surgira, deitou-se no chão, relaxou os músculos e fechou os olhos. A luz ainda podia ser vista por entre suas pálpebras. E a luminosidade enfraquecia. A escuridão se aproximava, o silêncio se apoderava, e então tudo se acalmava. E é aqui que eu paro. Tem mais uma página pra ler. Um pouquinho. Que talvez não demore tanto, mas escrevi isso há um tempo atrás. E fora algumas coisas serem sabe, meio que detalhadas em excesso, it's not bad. Até que não é tão ruim quanto eu lembro. Basicamente a ideia da história que eu tenho dessa história é que a chamada do herói pra ele vai ser ele entrar nessa floresta aí, ele vai ser levado pra pra um outro mundo, a lá Nárnia, tá ligado? Aí o detalhe é, por que ele é tão importante? Porque ele tem no sangue dele, ele faz parte de uma família de guerreiros que só eles têm a habilidade de conseguir meio que conjurar o que quiser. Meio que a ideia toda é que o poder dele vem da imaginação. Aí, por exemplo, vai estar em algum cenário, alguma coisa assim. Ele vai precisar imaginar alguma coisa mirabolante e com o poder da imaginação ela se realiza, tá ligado? Ele é o Avatar. Quase isso. Aí ele consegue imaginar qualquer coisa e aquela coisa se realiza, sabe? Aí vai ter a progressão em coisas que ele vai conseguir imaginar, talvez seja uma boa eu também meio que estabelecer limites do que ele pode fazer, porque não pode só, imaginar qualquer coisa, não ser fucking Scribblenauts da vida aí e fazer, buraco negro, aí resolver o problema. Mas estabelecer as regras dos poderes dele e fazer, meio que ser um pouco criativo nisso, porque eu não acho muita graça de falar assim, o poder dele é a imaginação e depois chegar assim, ok, arma. Arma. O que eu vou resolver? Arma. Mas essa é a ideia. Aí, essa é a parte central da história. Aí o resto daí seria, imaginar o mundo e tudo mais. Eu tinha até escrito um prólogo aqui, meio que pra estabelecer o que acontece antes, só que eu parei no meio, porque eu meio que tava emperrado em The Writer's Block. Mas é isso aí. O que vocês acharam? Obrigado. Eu assisti um anime que era um farmacêutico que reviveu no mundo de Isekai. Ele tinha um poder assim. That's kinda cool. Droga, já roubaram minha ideia. Foda-se. Sabe o que é engraçado? Aquela primeira parte toda, que precisava montar as coisas em nível atômico. What the fuck? Então, era um caso onde demorava ou ele precisava, tipo, de todos os elementos? Tinha que pensar H2O. Ah, no. Oh, ok, entendi o problema. Entendi o problema. Mas, assim, relendo essa parte, eu acho engraçado como o começo é uma página inteira, é praticamente uma página inteira ali descrevendo um ônibus. Eu descrevi um fucking ônibus por dentro, tentando ser o mais poético possível. Eu tive a impressão assim, começa lá descrevendo os negócios e tal, que as luzes e não sei o que, blá 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 blá. Chega assim, desce as escadas, e o ônibus vai embora. É um ônibus! Era um ônibus, tava um ônibus o tempo todo. Quer saber um truque? Se não lê numa respirada, só tá ruim. É verdade. Verdade. Se não lê numa respirada, só tá ruim. Chega assim. O quanto você tá disposto a ficar sem fôlego pra essa frase aqui? Pra tudo isso aqui? Ah, entendi. Você está disposto a ficar totalmente sem fôlego? Ok, então tá ótimo. Queria mostrar isso aí. Então, assim, eu escrevi um pouquinho, eu já fiz um dabble aí. Eu poderia continuar essa história, só meio focado em outras coisas no momento. E uma parte disso eu trago pros vídeos que eu coloco no YouTube, pelo menos alguns deles, quando eu tento criar algum tipo de história. Então às vezes eu tento escrever alguma coisa. Às vezes. Mas não irei mais prolongar essa stream porque já são quase 2 da manhã. Temos que trabalhar, infelizmente. That kinda sucks, bro. Tristeza. Obrigado por vocês virem pra cá. Mais uma vez, obrigado pela Mori, pelo Rage. Obrigado por todo mundo que veio. E semana que vem voltamos com o final de Fato Morgana. É só isso que eu tenho pra falar. O final de Peak Fiction Morgana. É isso. Tchau, tchau.